Alrighty. Hello. Hello. As a quick disclaimer, I'm feeling super tired today. I didn't have a good night's sleep last night. But hopefully while reading through this chapter, I don't end up slightly dozing off. But today, PGR, gonna read Floating Record 10, Deceivers Rapture. Lilith's little story here. 21 nodes. I did see someone, just one person, saying that the chapter is long and boring, but that's just one person, right? Of course, a lot of the chapters in PGR are always lengthy. I'm assuming this chapter might be around maybe, at least with my pace, maybe 6 hours long? Maybe 6.5 hours long? Who knows? Probably like, it was like Crescent Sun was around 6.5 hours long for me to read. So, we'll have to see. But, oh wait, hang on. I also gotta open the story mission achievements thing. That open as well. Be keeping an eye on that while I go through the different nodes. Oh, the music. Give a bop. Look at those here. Page achievement on nodes 5, 12, 13, 17, 19. Okay. 21 nodes, huh? Hang on. Grab a bottle of water really quickly. Water. It's time to do some reading. Okay. ER10-1. Rupier? Tailor, assassin, spy. I wonder at what point in the timeline this takes place. Las Prados. Transatlantic economic something. The layout here differs from other parts of Las Prados, or Prados. The low antique row houses conceal their tranquility beneath dark stonework, like modest accents to the golden city beyond the horizon. Swirling snowflakes weave together into a downy blanket, absorbing even the faintest sounds into pure whiteness. The world here is suspended, dreamlike in its stillness. The girl in the lavish gown gently pushes the door open. Its hinges swing through an exaggerated arc. Wind chimes tremble with a clear, crisp sound as the cold draft sweeps through the hall. Oh, you're right. Sorry, Eleanor. She spreads her fingers slightly and instinctively brings them to her lips, seemingly surprised by this small mishap. She firmly grips the brass handle and pulls it inward, sealing in the room's warmth. Welcome to Rosewater Tailor's shop. There you are, Eleanor. The meticulously groomed man offers a subtle bow, welcoming his visitor into his establishment. Hello, Nemo. Right now it's the afternoon for me, but it must be morning for you, so good morning. Hello, Mr. Shopkeeper. Please, there's no need for such formality. I should be the one apologizing for disturbing you at this hour. How could Eleanor's visit during our regular business hours be considered a disturbance? Hello, Leoju. Besides, creating custom-tailored pieces for clients is my personal interest. the heart emote spam. That's cute. This must be another order from Madame Monzano, I presume. How is she doing? Is her business still thriving? He seems to realize his small talk sounds somewhat stilted, prompting an awkward smile. As you can see, making a living with needle and thread leaves me a little opportunity to frequent entertainment venues. The jazzy soundtrack, it is quite vibey. The situation over there, I can only ever learn about it through my customers' conversations. It's alright, the city wasn't built entirely for card games. There will always be those like you, Mr. Shopkeeper, people who take more pleasure in life's quiet routines than in chasing endless profit. The girl steers their conversation with impeccable grace. My aunt is doing well. You see, the order I've brought today is a gift she prepared for herself. The man known as the shopkeeper maintains a relaxed expression, yet a barely perceptible flicker of unease passes through his eyes. No card games. Oh, let me guess. A collar piece? A cloak? No. It must be a hat decoration, right? Card games. Mentioned card games, eh? It wasn't built entirely for card games, damn. It wasn't built entirely for Yu-Gi-Oh! The girl doesn't respond. Instead, she pulls a silk-bound parchment scroll from her handbag. Though an outdated recording method, it hardly seems out of place in the shop that still uses carbon granule telephones. When it comes to my aunt's tastes, well, no one understands them quite like you. She unrolls the scroll on the glass counter. The sharp-looking middle-aged man adjusts his gold-rimmed glasses with a slight push of his knuckle as he reviews the items listed in the order. 8-inch crocheted lace handkerchief, feather accessories. You're here at just the right time. A fresh batch of top-quality materials just arrived for early winter. While conversing with his visitor, he searches through the cabinet for a wooden box containing feathers. Then he pulls out a narrow purple box, proudly displaying its contents to his visitor. Sourced from blackbird habitats in the southern peninsula of Los Prados, these are nothing like the bionic feathers you see everywhere. And even the goldfinch, which never visits this inland region even during migration. Our shop has managed to collect feathers from this rare creature as well. Here you are. If you have any additional requirements, feel free to let me know. The girl's gaze lingers on the blackbird feather, its silk-fine barbs clinging to a dark blue-black shaft. Even summer mosquitoes are extinct. Being able to collect bird feathers from the forest is a true luxury. The girl's expression flickers with a subtle hint of surprise. Everything that allows us to reach the stars comes from the Earth itself. Before we set foot among the cosmos, isn't preserving our homeland's treasures and our memories the best way to honor her? He gently picks up the feather resting on velvet, examining it carefully for a moment. Look at me, going off on tangents again. After carefully replacing the blackbird feather in its case, the shopkeeper, suddenly aware of his impropriety, redirects his attention to the girl. I'll take this one. The style is the same as usual. She quickly returns to her usual smile. Great choice. As for the matching lace fabric, let me get some samples from the storage room for you to choose. Thank you. Would you like something to drink? The weather has been terribly cold lately. I've prepared some black tea in the lounge area. Ooh, sugar cubes and maple syrup are on the table. Help yourself. Black tea is pretty good. Following the shopkeeper's gaze, the girl notices a low tea table newly added to one side of the shop, with an elegant metal teapot that looks almost like a decorative display piece. Mr. Shopkeeper certainly thinks of everything. As I always say, everyone should frequent little shops like this more often. Madre, Zero Energy Cowboy, Lucky 38. Forget tourists, even the locals spend all day in these colorful casino halls. Hunger can be satisfied all you can eat Hunger can be satisfied at all-you-can-eat buffets, of course, but none of those places have the hot drinks you prepare, Mr. Shopkeeper. She acts as though pleasantly surprised, shedding her reserve to lavish praise on the shopkeeper's kindness. The girl declined his offer of tea, instead wandering around the shop, examining everything. Come to think of it, I hadn't noticed before that you installed a new workbench outside the counter, Mr. Shopkeeper. She takes her position at the angled wooden counter. Some customers' requests require a little effort, adjusting stitches, trimming fabric, or simply reattaching a cufflink. At times like this, I work more like a street cobbler. I can solve your needs right here at the counter, and you can be on your way without wasting a moment. The shopkeeper's enthusiasm fades slightly, and the girl keenly catches his brief but unnatural hesitation before he responds. Speaking of time, I suppose you'll need to leave early for the evening banquet. Just a moment, I'll go get the lace samples. Clearly uninterested in further conversation, he turns toward the shop's storage room. Click. That's a sound he couldn't mistake. The flip-top workstation creaks open, resting lightly against the elegant wall decoration. His nerve-ending scream in alarm. The girl pulls out a pair of silver long-handled scissors from under the table, the sharp blades slicing through the air. His ears catch the heavy, muffled thud that follows. Nani? You... Then comes the dull pain, spreading through the body like ink dripping into blood vessels. But foam already bubbles in the shopkeeper's throat, drowning his vocal cords and the dark red liquid gushing forth. Shh, Mr. Agent from Pollard, at least your disguise was convincing. Embroidery scissors, long-handled shears, buttonhole cutters, serrated scissors. You went through all that trouble collecting such fine tools. Never imagined they'd be used like this, did you? Cough, cough, cough. Hot, wet liquid stains the double-breasted vest crimson, while the black suit jacket has fallen to the floor during his struggle. His tensed, blood-filled muscles stretch the fabric of his shirt, revealing a robust physique that contradicts his craftsman persona. Persona? These scissors entered through your right costal arch. Costal? Costal. Costal. By all accounts, they should have only pierced your spleen. I don't think that's where the spleen is located on your body there. But thanks to the blade's length, that heart in your chest also gets to experience its sharpness. A sound like crushed grapes escapes from the shopkeeper's mouth, the flowing liquid resembling nectar brewed deep in his trachea. Oh my, can't speak anymore? Seems I accidentally pierced your lungs as well. That's grim. So filthy, how undignified. Even my clothes are. Well-trained instincts finally override his shock. The shop owner steadies himself, veins bulging as his hands lunge toward the small figure in the lavish dress before him. Trying to get my dress dirty too? Don't be so stingy now. The girl nimbly dodges to one side, letting the dying man's final struggle waste away in meaningless momentum. His limbs still twitch, but the body lying on the peach wood floor no longer contains life. What a bother. More physical labor for me now. She holds the shopkeeper's hands, feeling rough calluses between his thumbs and index fingers, hardened skin formed from years of handling firearms. Then she skillfully drags the corpse to the storage room behind the counter. That cramped, lightless space contains all the shopkeeper's secrets, but the assassin no longer needs to verify them one by one. The girl raises her right index finger, using her nail to trace an incomplete arc and a cross in the darkness. She leaves the room, gently locking the door behind her. Oh dear, how did I still get my sleeves stained with filth? Her voice carries nothing but surprise and regret. The crimson stains, now drying between folds of dark purple fabric, become impossible to discern. The arterial blood splatter is surprisingly neat. The girl quickly cleans the floor with hydrogen peroxide wipes from her handbag. Moments later, it's as if nothing ever happened in the shop. She a killer. After confirming everything has been taken care of, the girl returns to the main shop from the hidden room. Mr. Shopkeeper? Mr. Shopkeeper? Mr. Rosewater? The girl stands between the workbench and display case, tilting her head as she softly calls out the shopkeeper's name. The echo chamber of metal and pure wood remains utterly silent. How thoughtless of me, expecting a shop to be open on Christmas Eve. Then I should... I almost forgot. She examines the treasure on the counter, noticing faint crimson streaks running through the black feathers. Not that Aunt would mind. After all, Blackbird's true colors are black and red. Besides, she'll also bring back the classified dossier from the workstation as a gift for Aunt, won't she? I'll take the sample. As for the lace, we'll discuss that later. The girl slips the purple slender box into her handbag, then lifts her gaze toward the street beyond the display window. Snow conceals the true color of the row of low buildings, and she knows that beyond the horizon, the city center presents an entirely different scene. The falling snow traces delicate diagonal lines, like celestial ladders inviting people into a world of pure white. Under Babylonia's dome, I might see living birds again. At least, that's what Aunt promised. She gently strokes the curtains, causing the tassels to scrape against the glass with a delicate tinkling sound. Then the girl leaves the shop. Turning past the alley by the tailor shop, the street scene suddenly opens up. The falling snow has ceased. Stylish decorations and signs adorn the buildings, yet the scattered pedestrians refuse to linger and admire them. They are eager to return to the warmth indoors, to enjoy the feast of turkey and eggnog. Some, however, appear to be in rather undue haste. A figure collides with her head-on, nearly sending the girl tumbling to the ground. The package in the newcomer's hands falls onto the street. Sorry. I should be the one apologizing. I was completely distracted while walking. Lowering herself in a poised crouch, she gathers the leather folio from the floor. Her peripheral vision catches the gold-stamped pattern on the package. Rosewater, I don't know what LTD. What was LTD again? I can't remember. EST 2132. Your thanks. Are you hurt? No, thanks. She swiftly accepts the offered package with a curt word of thanks. Merry Christmas. Huh? Oh, Merry Christmas Eve. Even as she acknowledges the courtesy, the stranger remains shrouded beneath her hood, her face unreadable in the dim light. Their intersecting paths diverge once more, their footprints forming two parallel lines in the snow. Limited, if I'm not mistaken? Okay, I was thinking limited, but I wasn't sure, so I didn't say it. Huh, my dress got wet after all. The girl notices traces of melted snowflakes on the hem of her skirt and mutters a complaint to herself. Well, that was one hell of a start. 8-shot revolver. Old Fred never should have raised a viper like you. He told me so himself before he died. Oh God, forgive me. I mean, before he passed away. You murderous scum. Burn in hell. And to think he named you the sole beneficiary in his will. That's just like him. Soft-hearted to his dying breath. If he weren't like that, he wouldn't have been wrapped around Felice's finger. "9:50 p.m. Nothing but a leech sucking blood from a wild boar's hide. Even calling this toying with him would be giving him too much credit. As for that old bastard, absolutely disgusting. I'll spare him the lobotomy, but if a blade could carve into his brain and cut out those memories, I'd be more than happy to oblige. You all saw it? This person is cheating. This is your own damn incompetence. Stop blaming others." A rough shout yanks her from her thoughts. Her professional smile clicks on automatically. The argument grows quite intense, with both participants even knocking their chairs to the floor. Is there a problem, gentlemen? It's all right. Just speak to me like you usually do. The figure in the purple dress strides quickly to the table, her soothing words betraying a maturity that belies her youthful face. Both accusers freeze mid-sentence. Even the uninvolved players straighten up. their casual attitudes evaporating. Eleanor, let me explain. Usually we all bet about 2.5 times. What kind of person would bet 10 times in a game like this? Now that's what I call playing smart and dangerous. Maybe take some notes, rookie. Shut up. Spittle flies from his mouth, ew, flecking the neighboring player's face before he suddenly hunches over, pivoting toward the girl beside him. Look, he never showed his cards. We all just figured the bastard got lucky and let it slide. Then comes the flip, and suddenly his pocket aces include the ace of hearts. That does sound like rare good fortune. Which part of the game are you dissatisfied with, sir? The girl calmly intervenes in the dispute. These days, mechanoids handle all the dealing and shuffling. I know your equipment here is the most reliable. Look, I've played long enough to know every card that's hit the table. That bastard cheated. That's basic skills. Stop flaunting it. Cut to the chase. Don't play coy after cheating. You already pulled the ace of hearts once. How the hell does a perfect duplicate just appear? Such a cheap trick, and you still have the audacity to. His accusations are drowned out by the grumbling of surrounding players, eager to win big and fill their pockets, who can hardly tolerate such a waste of their time. We use the city's standardized arbitration system. If you don't mind, we can pull up this table's dealer records. I don't mind at all. My hands are completely clean. Let's do this and expose that bastard's true colors. Just a moment, please. Her fingers fly across the panel behind the mechanoid dealer. With a hum, a holographic replay of the entire game flickers to life above the table. The commotion attracts attention from neighboring tables, while the face of the player raising objections gradually contorts. The artificial construct circuits have clearly recorded every second of the game with no evidence supporting his claims. There must be something wrong. I remember it crystal clearly. The other guests are eager to start a new round. I'm sure you understand, sir. If you'd like to investigate further, I can cash out your winnings now, and we can continue this discussion in security. Her smile remains radiant, but the steel in her voice leaves no room for misinterpretation. Ugh. He hesitates for a moment, and backs down with a dismissive wave. Go ahead with your business, Miss Eleanor. I can handle things here myself. As the situation settles, the players start shouting for the mechanoid to shuffle the deck again, completely unfazed by how abrupt their shift in attitude is. The sharp sound of metal hitting the table quiets the crowd once again. Why don't we settle this the traditional way, shall we? He challenges his opponent, who had just won the previous round, with a stroke of luck. His right elbow rests casually on the edge of the table, a revolver gripped tightly in his hand. Didn't expect your taste to be so antiquated. Some traditions are worth keeping, like human dealers. These machines took all the fun out of arguing with the house. Every fair game needs a referee, no matter what form it takes. I propose we let Eleanor load the bullets. What do you think? I have nothing to hide, nothing to fear. When the winner accepts the challenge, the room erupts in whistles and cheers. While the law protects the right to carry firearms, such outlandish behavior is rarely seen in daily life. Eleanor's smile widens into an even more exaggerated arc. Ensuring the safety of our guests' lives and property is a fundamental principle of this establishment and all of Las Prados. As she speaks, she swiftly seizes the weapon from the challenger's hand, completely ignoring its owner's belated protests. Hey, you! Careful, that thing can easily... This is about my dignity, don't you? Don't worry, I'll finish this game for you. Letting a guest take part in such a dangerous duel is a serious lapse on my part, isn't it? Then the girl skillfully inspects the chamber and hammer, as if handling a child's toy. Her face lights up with pleasant surprise. A Copperfield Fosbury double-action repeating revolver. What a rare find these days. Copperfield? 8 chambers of .357 magnum rounds, a meticulous recreation of vintage craftsmanship, designed exclusively for collectors, and deserving of equally exceptional rules. She speaks of it with intimate familiarity. The bulky revolver doesn't look out of place in her slender white fingers. Rather, it creates the impression that she is the weapon's rightful owner. Eleanor places the gun back on the table. while saying toasty. You'll be loading 2 bullets, mister. This makes the chance of failure 1 in 4. The curl of her lips, she unexpectedly raises the stakes of the game. The onlookers around the table gasp at the same time. Of course, I wouldn't dare ask our guests for anything as crude as money. If I'm fortunate enough to win, I only hope that you can fulfill one small wish of mine. What do you say? The scent of excitement electrifies everyone's nerves. The card players have thrown all thoughts of prize pools and strategies to the wind, their eyes firmly locked onto the unfolding drama. No objections here? Let's do it. Please. She raises her pinky finger and elegantly grips the barrel, offering the handle to the challenger. The fidgeting man snatches the weapon, showily flips open the cylinder, pulls out a handful of bright yellow bullets from his pocket with his left hand. He flicks the bullet into the air, then spins the curved cylinder, letting the rotating chamber catch the smooth falling round. Well, ain't that slick? This small feat of dexterity earns another round of mocking cheers. I'll go first. Before his words even finish, he presses the gun barrel against his temple and savagely pulls the trigger. But the crowd's thirst for blood goes unfulfilled. The gunpowder explosion they were expecting didn't happen. The weapon malfunctions, seemingly due to a lack of lubrication. The mechanism engages, but the cylinder remains completely stuck. My, you're certainly impatient. No matter, it's only proper to let our guests go first. But since it's jammed, perhaps I should be the one to take the first shot. As a hell of a talent is beefing over a game. She takes the weapon from her opponent, noticing the grip feels oddly sticky to the touch. Well then, I'll begin. The briefly interrupted atmosphere of excitement flares back to life as she presses the barrel to her forehead and with perfect composure pulls the trigger. The ecstatic atmosphere freezes for an instant, then resumes its flow in the absence of any gunshot. Catcalling, insults, indecipherable murmurs, and even disappointed wails all erupt uncontrollably from the crowd. Risk is the very essence of thrill, and this long-absent high-stakes showdown shatters the pretenses of normally dignified gamblers. A near primal frenzy surges through the hall, bubbling to the brink of explosion. What a shame. It seems I survived. Well then, your turn, sir. With an innocent smile, she extends the revolver. The combination is enough to push the challenger's nerves to the edge of hysteria. This is a turn of events he never saw coming. Eleanor is just a pampered rich girl who happens to know her way around a card table. How could she possibly be so adept at this kind of game? The delicate crescents of her smiling eyes curved like scythe blades, a fleeting thought that sent a chill down his spine. Okay, I'll do it. The judge's gavel hovers, poised for a verdict that never comes. Let's begin another round. Girl, challenger, girl, challenger, girl, challenger. 6 shots over in merely minutes. Yet to the seasoned card player, it felt like a century had passed. Cold sweat now trickles down his face toward his neck. 6 trigger pulls, 6 empty chambers. The answer was clear. The revolver returns to Eleanor's hand, heavy with the weight of death itself. I withdraw my challenge. Did you hear me? I'm not playing anymore. Both bullets are in Miss Eleanor's hands. I'd say fortune favors her. Shall we call this her win? Heated arguments surge from all directions, only to be dispersed by the decisive word of the one controlling the game. That won't do, you know. Rules are the foundation of any game. They're not just casino protocol. They're my promise to all my guests. Promises are not to be changed on a whim. The scent of blood seeps into the air as the hall spirals into chaos. Oh, I forgot to mention something to you. I never believe in luck. I only believe in probability. She raises the gun barrel to her forehead once more and pulls the trigger. A crisp strike of the hammer tears through the noise, replacing the chaos with an undisturbed, deathly silence. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3. The ear-splitting explosion everyone expects still hasn't arrived. The man across the table forces his reflexively closed eyes open, seeing through the haze Eleanor's mysterious purple hair and composed smile still intact. The girl remains unharmed. Her smile lands like a droplet in a still pond, sending ripples outward from the card table, spreading through the gathered crowd. The revolver is empty. He accuses others of cheating when he's the one cheating himself. That's impossible. I saw with my own eyes the bullet he tossed fall back into the chamber. Even the one who had been making false accusations loses his composure, utterly shocked by this result that defies all logic. No need to be so harsh on this gentleman, everyone. The game isn't over yet. How can we jump to conclusions? He pulls the trigger again. In that instant, the hammer and cylinder nearly complete their tasks in unison. She's lost her mind. No, the cylinder is actually... But how did she? Maintaining such high spirits in the face of death, this behavior could certainly be called madness. Yet every movement of the girl is measured and deliberate, as if she refuses to tarnish her status as the owner of the establishment. The sound of the hammer striking an empty chamber rings out again, unsurprisingly, leaving her feeling somewhat deflated. What pleasure is there in a game you know you'll win? I've completed the final shot. It seems I'm the survivor. I was supposed to be entertaining my guest, yet I went ahead and won our duel. But you'll forgive me, won't you, sir? One of them was supposed to die. Setting aside the cheating by the game's rules, both surviving should count as a tie. But the man across the table has lost the ability to speak. He just stares at his opponent, his every facial muscle pulling in a different direction, as if unsure what expression to wear. No, that's impossible. How did you know? Oh my, are you confused, sir? She boldly flips open the revolver cylinder and dumps its contents onto the table. With two soft clinks, a pair of knuckle-sized metal cylinders come to rest among the playing cards. The spectators nearest to the duelist swiftly grab the cylinders, pulling them up for a closer look at the evidence. He's the one who cheated. These are clearly two empty shells. You have the nerve to criticize me. You're nothing but a bluffing charlatan. He basks in the satisfaction of having reaffirmed his innocence, while the onlookers around him finally relax their tense nerves. Yet no one turns to the disgraced man. All eyes stay locked on the girl, as if she's the only one left standing in the spotlight. The standard Copperfield Fosbury double-action revolver weighs 56 ounces, 1,587 grams, unloaded. She knows people are desperate for an explanation. This gentleman has exquisite taste. The embellishments on his gun are rather refined. With agate and diamond inlays on the grip and a gold-plated barrel, the unloaded gun weighs around 1,800 grams. The standard .357 caliber Magnum rounds are somewhat heavier than regular ammunition. To be precise, 15 grams per bullet. So the total weight after loading 2 bullets should be around 1,830 grams, or perhaps a bit more. But when you've only loaded 2 empty shell casings, the weight is practically indistinguishable from an unloaded gun. Her casual tone only brings about an even more profound silence. Engravings give you no tactical advantage whatsoever. A skilled player can remember the whereabouts of every suit and every single card. Manipulating dice and such minor tricks are child's play to them. I merely picked up the basics of estimating measurements while working at the bar, just applying what I've learned on the fly. I'm still nowhere near as skilled as you, my guests. She feigns embarrassment at her own display, offering a delicate bow to those seated on either side of the table. Well, what do you think now, sir? That's impossible. No one could be that perceptive, especially not some little girl. The exasperated man catches himself mid-sentence, swallowing the rest of his disrespectful remark. Gulp. Oh, that was just a little playful banter to lighten the mood. You're absolutely right, sir. How could anyone possibly distinguish a mere difference of a few grams? This type of Magnum is loaded with miniature high-explosive rounds, packing more gunpowder than usual. That's why they typically have flat tips. When I noticed you deliberately using that sleight of hand while loading, I had already figured out most of it. Flat-tipped bullets and empty shells are truly difficult to distinguish without careful examination. Still, your technique is quite skillful. You must have practiced it throughout your professional career. Whether he is a second-rate hitman or a third-rate private detective makes no difference to her. An opponent who willingly exposes their weaknesses isn't worth the effort. City guards! Where are the city guards? Get this disgraceful wretch thrown out of here. That's right, don't spoil our fun. People begin shoving one another, only to freeze at the sound of metal striking the floor. The girl picks up the moon umbrella, leaning it beneath her chair, and taps it against the floor, making everyone around her suddenly realize she hadn't come unprepared. No need to rush off just yet. Revealing the prize is the most enjoyable part of any game, wouldn't you agree? As the winner, my wish is quite simple. This gentleman acted on impulse, and I kindly ask everyone to consider today's little drama water under the bridge. However, let baseless accusations go unchecked, and soon there are no rules. She tilts her head, her smile cutting like a scythe blade into the perpetrator. Since you're such a skilled veteran, mister, your budget must be quite substantial. After all, an employer like yours wouldn't offer a low salary, would they? The girl utters cryptic words that only her target can comprehend. How did you? The man has abandoned all will to resist, his words spilling out instinctively from whatever thoughts formed in his mind. My goodness, prying into a lady's secrets is rather discourteous, don't you think? Anyway, thank you, mister, for providing everyone with such an exciting match. It's been quite some time since I've had this much fun. The guests are still in high spirits, so today's drinks will be on you, mister. Before the man can even react, the hall bursts into cheers. He awkwardly forces a stiff smile, waving to acknowledge the people around him. Mechanical waiters glide through the crowd, their trays cutting slender paths like icebreakers through packed snow. Gossip, alcohol, and a high roller covering everyone's tab. Another night of revelry is in full swing in Las Prados. The girl had already vanished by the exit before the party even began. Throughout the entire encounter, she behaves as if unaware of the pair of eyes watching from the corner of the hall. My god, interesting. What a promising young talent. Status update. According to surveillance data, Lucky 38's visitor count was higher than usual, so I went to inspect the main hall myself. And took care of a little dispute. Oh, something serious enough to drag you out personally. Some mechanoids acting up again? I'm afraid it was something more serious than that. Get to the point. Although the perpetrator's handgun was modified, I can confirm it's a standard model from the Polaroid division of the Kurono Intelligence Bureau. I'm not sure why he would deliberately expose his identity, but this means Kurono's people are back. She switches off the communicator hidden under her hat brim and walks toward the high-rise apartment across from the parking lot outside the hall. It's always Kurono. City and stars. Section 1A1, Introduction and Overview. 1A. Repeal Article 1092 of the Current Science and Technology Progress and Safeguard Act. Let me double check if it's okay. Alrighty. 1A, 1B. Human classification criteria shall derive solely from morphological, behavioral, or phenotypic markers. No governing entity may deny natural person status under any pretext or genomic sequencing. 1A, 1C. Restrictions and discrimination against natural persons based on their genome or genetic profile, whether altered or not, are prohibited. 1A, 1D. Human experimentation shall not be conducted for the purpose of obtaining biological materials or research data, nor using healing or benefit exchanges as incentives. 1A, 1E modified natural person genomes, including non-human artificial DNA, retain human classification. 1A, 1F, no natural person or any part of their body may be owned by any individual or organization. 1A, 1G, human cloning is prohibited. July 13th, front page headline of the Transatlantic Herald. The World Government Parliament passes the Human Right to Live, or to Life, and Biomedical Test Subject Protection Act with an overwhelming majority. And death row inmate human experimentation contract program is terminated. Hello, madam. Progress always comes at a cost. That's old news, isn't it? It's just that our definitions of acceptable cost have never quite aligned. Zano. With such dismal results, your efforts were truly a waste of time. She browses through the news section of her handheld terminal, taking a light sip of the iced tea that her guest had eagerly volunteered to prepare. You've added a bit too much rum. The sweetness even overpowers the tequila's kick. If my niece were mixing this, she'd certainly add some white mint to salvage it. She sets the slender glass down, offering a dry critique. I even went out of my way to learn from a bartender friend. Perhaps you could consider it an experience of a unique flavor. The smooth-talking blonde man blinks. Speaking of which, you came up from the Lucky 38 casino. Have you already met my niece? From what I know, your people had some issues with her. Since when did Pollard agency operatives get this careless, exposing their identities in public, of all places? Just a bit of necessary misdirection. Since that private detective we recruited is playing the conspicuous fool, I can move freely while blending into the crowd. Of course, your sharp-eyed niece still saw through it. Besides Eleanor, I doubt anyone else would have recognized what was so special about that revolver. This kind of verbal sparring is more of a customary greeting between them before they get down to business. In the end, Kurono just doesn't buy into Project Eden's feasibility. Of course, the zero-point engine has been proven theoretically, so successful experiments are just a matter of time. But the colony ship's ecological life support. Nobody's ever guaranteed that. Initial population, reproduction models, and shipboard ecosystems. Too many variables. Picture this: a colossal ship with limitless energy, taking a decade just to hit 25% light speed. Sadly, she had barely left the Oort cloud before the passengers on board drowned in their own excrement and carbon dioxide. Whoosh. The ghost ship speeds onward to its new homeland. With a rather twisted sense of humor, he hooks his thumbs and gestures with both hands to mimic a pair of wings. The hostess forces a hollow chuckle through her nose. Is that why you've pinned your hopes on human augmentation? Exactly. But the media are such a hassle. Originally, Kurono provided compensation to the families, and the death row inmates voluntarily signed up as test subjects. It was clearly a win-win situation. Yet exposés keep popping up in the papers, claiming we mistreat death row inmates. I've drafted several public safety information control acts, but unfortunately my parliament colleagues lack the necessary awareness. The details mentioned in this report by your dear friends in the media seem far more dramatic than a mere scandal. An explosion recently occurred at a secret research facility under the Kurono Group, accelerating the deliberation and voting process for related legislation. Manzano picks up her data pad again, scrolling through the screen while quoting the news in a decidedly sarcastic tone. The path to becoming gods is a dead end, so we're left to live out our mortal lives. In the end, your stance has won, former director of the North American Institute of Ecological Sciences. After all, the human body has its limits. It seems we have no choice but to follow your vision and launch the Cradle, with its self-sustaining ecosystem into the stars. The blonde man takes the loss in stride. He even offers compliments in response. These days, people just call me the mogul of Los Prados. Thank your brother and his wife for dropping dead. You, as Eleanor's guardian, clean up nicely. She gets the inheritance, you get the territory. Everybody wins. You're here to secure a budget for Corona? You really don't know your place. Come on, no need to be so harsh. I need your help this time. Though New Nilus Air Force Base has been repurposed as Los Prados Spaceport, its surrounding infrastructure still houses military, industrial, and launch facilities. The 32nd generation space environment simulator has been validated at Tsiolkovsky Aerospace City. But even if a colony ship can linger in deep space, the longevity of a functional human society within its ecosystem remains an open question. Corona has gotten where they are today by following one principle, never putting all their eggs in one basket. The Institute's expertise is the key, and the Air Force Base's facilities are the key hole. Let's turn the lock and reopen Project Bokonon, and weave a new future for the far-sighted, Madame Monzano. The man's voice swells with enthusiasm, his invitation morphing into a fervent pitch. Since when did you pick up this bad habit of discussing business without bringing money? Where's the budget? Her retort cuts to the chase. Years ago, Corona axed Monzano's project, diverting resources to their so-called next big thing, starving the North American Ecological Science Institute of funds, pumping endless resources into improving the life support systems. That's just delusion. Humans are not sending themselves to outer space. They are bringing the Earth's ecosystem there. That was your line when you shuttered our institute. So, Corona's new plan is rounding up death row inmates, hoping to cook up superhumans who can survive deep space. Don't you find it laughable? I get your frustration. That's why we've secured an unlikely backer. Hello, Tariq. Should I call him a man of the hour? Anyway, he still has some business to attend to and is expected to visit Las Prados in October to discuss further project details with you. Monzano slams her glass against the table in displeasure. Jokes stop being funny when they bounce. You want to know what happens to those who write checks they can't cash? Take a stroll through the cemetery on the outskirts of town. I'm merely a public servant who happens to occupy a seat in the World Government Parliament. Powerless, without influence, and completely clean. Being a messenger is the extent of what I can do. As for the nightlife of Las Prados, it remains as exhilarating as ever. He changed the subject. They say even old Copperfield raves about the summer light shows. Since I'm here, I might as well see what the fuss is about. If there's nothing else, I'll take my leave now. The blonde man flicks his bangs aside with exaggerated flair, then straightens up from the plush leather sofa. Let it be. For the sake of our years of working together, here's a little reminder. The city guards here are all former veterans of Corona's armed division. If you want a peaceful vacation, better not stir up any trouble. Rest assured, Madam Mogul, I've always been forthright, never defer payments, and don't play petty tricks. He turns away from the hostess by the floor-to-ceiling window, raising an okay gesture toward the air. Ah, you must be Miss Eleanor. What a coincidence. Have you finished dealing with all the trouble? A petite figure in the violet dress approaches from the opposite end of the corridor. Are you a guest of my aunt's? I apologize for subjecting you to such a spectacle. No. I should be thanking you, miss. Such a spectacular roulette duel. It's the first I've witnessed in my entire life. I still have matters to discuss with her, Caphart. Caphart? The clear dismissal echoes from the other side of the room. This is the first time Monzano has addressed him directly by name. I'll leave you two alone then. Good night, ladies. The man briskly walks toward the end of the hallway, tactfully closing the door behind him. Is there a chance he's eavesdropping? By the sound of his footsteps, he hasn't gone very far. He's well aware of the surveillance everywhere and wouldn't be foolish enough to make that mistake. Monzano tilts her chin toward the terminal on the table. Just as you instructed, Aunt, Las Prados' resources are about to be redirected to your old project, aren't they? I have no doubts about his proposal itself. What's suspicious is what happened to you earlier. an off-the-books detective from the Pollard Agency working with a Corona-affiliated counselor. That's a clear violation of the group's confidentiality protocols. And that old man, he's got deep pockets. He almost never brings in outside investors. My voice. What about my voice? The memory uploading and human modification research has just encountered setbacks. Calming? Oh. Thank you, I guess. I don't get compliments on my voice very often, so thank you. And then ecological sphere research is abruptly restarted. This is far too coincidental. The girl stands quietly by the sofa, then, as if suddenly enlightened, gives the hostess a knowing smile. I remember. He often told me to examine things with proper scrutiny, yet seize opportunities when they arise. The girl cautiously offers a suggestion, but Manzano wastes no time seizing control of the conversation. A lucky hand might seem like pure chance at first, but once you run the numbers, it becomes clear. It's most likely a trap set by your opponent in cahoots with the dealer. However, even a temporary advantage can become a turning point. The key is seizing it at the right moment. Well, you can't plan a counterattack without holding the right cards. Yes, a manipulated game carries risk, but the payout is correspondingly unmatched. I don't recall asking for your advice. Manzano cuts off the girl who was agreeing with her. No offense. I shouldn't have said that. I shouldn't have said that. Truth is, we won't know if this is Kurono's internal power struggle or just some money grab, unless we dance with the devil ourselves. Besides, this might be our last chance to revive Project Bokunon. She conceals any ripple of emotion in her voice as she gently turns to gaze at the lights outside the window. Neon casino signs, scattered with deliberate artistry, punctuate the gaps between opulent buildings. Spotlights stain the early summer night sky in a mesmerizing brownish-purple hue. Here, the game is the one true law. Since the establishment of the world government, the end of history seems to have become nothing but a fallacy. Humans fanatically push everything to the extreme. Energy, engineering, biology, as if the world would end if they didn't build a Tower of Babel in just 7 days and nights. Maybe it was that restless hunger that made me refuse Fred and join Kurono. May he rest in peace. The woman deliberately glances toward Eleanor, only to find her expression as calm as ever. She doesn't restrain her emotions, but continues her impassioned commentary. And Las Prados is the ultimate entertainment. Humans are bizarre creatures. The further reason takes them, the wilder their release. Resources from the city of sin, now fueling the pursuit of the unknown. How ironic. I won't waste this opportunity. I've always been curious. If I may ask, Aunt, what exactly does Bokunon mean? It's supposedly from a book the old man greatly admired. Too bad the author was a deranged mad doctor. Kurono's people are always speaking in these cryptic, mystical ways, disgusting as always. I prefer calling my life's work by its most straightforward name. Eden Type 3 Colonial Ship. Her gaze drifts past the tightly packed buildings beyond the floor-to-ceiling windows. Eleanor knows the woman's thoughts are mixed on a place somewhere in the northern suburbs beyond the city. New Neelis Air Force Base, where humanity, poised to step proudly into the stars, is forging its own safety net. Location unknown, Fort Winter, 6 months later. Traces of the biting wind blades carving away for thousands of years cover the exposed rocks. The fortress facility, half hidden by snow and mountain, stands as the only mark of civilization in this far northern land. Is this the North Asian Research Institute of Life Science and Evolution? The man steps from the helicopter's rear cabin into the snowstorm, removes his eye mask, and gazes at the mountain range behind him with admiration. I think this fits the research as well. A well-groomed gentleman steps onto the platform from the landing pad's suspended stairway. I've long heard of your reputation, Mr. Godwin. I also caught wind of the recent news. A mere laboratory accident, yet those mediocre minds, who had their eyes on your project all along, seized the opportunity to make a fuss and even put an end to all your efforts. Fortunately, you had the right people backing you, ensuring that a pioneer like yourself wouldn't be cast aside so easily. Sample CB-103, lost in the explosion, is now in the hands of the one who sent me to meet with you. He asked me to assure you, your work will not be seized by the four major powers under the world government. I have no interest in hearing any more about the Queen Bee project or any other nonsense. The old man's obsession with those lunatics killed the dream of transcending flesh. They derailed the project worse than the media ever could. My boss knows this. We believe space demands enhancing humans' adaptability through mechanical modification, not those misguided delusions like mind fusion. Here, you'll have full support. My boss sends his regards, a name you might recall. He hands over a sleek, minimalist business card. Godwin accepts it with a cursory glance. Is it that Dr. Ryder who was in the news? Even someone like me who spends all their time in the lab has heard something about it. I heard that they pushed patients to kill themselves. Well, only some wealthy eccentric with such twisted proclivities would be willing to fund such inhumane experiments. Godwin's mouth twists in a wry smile. Well then, I hope we'll have the opportunity to meet again. He ducks into the helicopter Godwin just left, rotor-blown snow stinging Godwin's face. Feeling the chill, he wraps himself closer with the coat. So cold. The vast light years stretching between Earth and potentially habitable worlds feel like an endless winter, one humanity is doomed to never cross. But this time, humanity will make a true attempt to leave the cradle behind. This is also why he signed that suspiciously long contract and came here. Here, humanity will have the opportunity to take the ultimate step in evolution, immortality. As the black steel doors open, the sound of a rotating shaft brings Godwin back to reality. What he fails to realize is that the investor lurking in the shadows has already arranged every detail of the sifting operation. Godwin casts one last glance at the snowy mountains, then turns back and steps into the dark passage. Guessing when they mentioned the Dr. Ryder, they're referring to Kilgore Trout. Cat and Mouse. Las Prados. Speaking of Kilgore Trout, if you truly want to break free from conventions without hurting your loved ones, then at least you can pursue art. I'm not joking, art isn't merely a way to make a living. For God's sake, learn an art form. It makes your life more bearable and, who knows, it might even gradually cleanse your soul. Practice pen calligraphy on the backs of playing cards. Mix drinks with mint and spirits. Tell stories, even terrible ones. Someday your friends will hear your fictional plots and believe them to be true. Do your very best, and you will discover traces of divine revelation and receive your ultimate reward. The reader closes the hardcover book, and a deadly silence falls over the gathering. A moment later, scattered applause rises, while the impatient audience members have already begun to stand up one after another. The banner for Theodore Anson Sterling's book-sharing event still hangs overhead as the disappointed elite, who had the leisure to attend such activities, file out through the archway of the makeshift lecture hall. The rental fee for this hotel's multi-purpose hall must be quite steep, no? Quite the ambitious venue for a debut author's event in Las Prados. Being nothing but an overworked voting machine is so tedious. As elected representatives, we have many ways to give back to society, such as making contributions to artistic and cultural initiatives. The event sponsor responds. Come to think of it, I recall you already made a business trip here in mid-July, shortly after the bill passed. Frequent visits to Las Prados. Are you in a hurry to court new sponsors? The middle-aged woman's words cut through the air with icy sarcasm. With Pollard's purse strings in your grip and Kurono himself singing your praises, well, I completely understand why a rising star would sneer at a washed-up nobody like me. At least you know your place. You see, idle hands need entertainment. I've been consuming so much literature lately that I could probably sweat ink. Writers are fascinating. Once they realize you've actually read their work, they'll confess everything from their childhood cat's cradle games to their first kiss. He lowers his voice mysteriously. Word has it that the inspiration for this new book came from a funeral Sturkin attended years ago. With your frivolous attitude, don't those pretentious literary types look down on you? How can you have a say if you don't have How can you have a say if you don't experience it firsthand? Like that person on stage just now. I bet you've already seen his name in the news. Cradle. Probably just some inconspicuous line in some tabloid. I've never had the leisure to subscribe to such things. Oh, I'm certainly not referring to that ridiculous name, Sturgeon. According to rumors I've heard in certain circles, that's just one of his many pen names. Congratulations on finding your new hobby, but I'm out of time. The two have already arrived at the hotel lobby, and the woman is clearly fed up with the endless rambling. It's fine. See you later, Miss Palangowski. We'll continue our discussion next time. Suit yourself. After a perfunctory handshake, she glances at her wrist watch and turns toward the vehicle waiting at the bottom of the gentle slope. The woman fails to notice that her cufflinks have been swiftly swapped. Contempt for this frivolous colleague has dulled her vigilance. The down-on-his-luck rider doesn't leave with the dispersing crowd, instead taking his place beside the blonde man. Thank you for your generous support. Not at all. Your new work is brilliant as always. When it's officially published, make sure to bring me a signed copy. He exclaims with genuine admiration. You flatter me. Oh, that reminds me. The fountain pen I borrowed during our last conversation. I've kept it close ever since. Now that we have a moment in private, I should return it to its proper owner. The counselor pulls a black and gold pen from his suit jacket pocket. Its diamond embellishment unusually extravagant for a writing instrument. He deliberately caresses the prominent protrusion with his thumb before handing it to the writer. Thank you. If you'll pardon me, I have a meeting with Madame Manzano. I should take my leave. Vroom, vroom, vroom. The vehicle leaves Las Prados' neon sprawl, heading toward the less bustling residential area. High-rises thin out, giving way to low-rise blocks. The woman picks up the microphone from the armrest and dials into the communication channel. As we feared, Caphart is handling funds of questionable origin. Should we activate embroidery scissors? After all these years, embroidery scissors may be rusty. I think we should give that girl he took with him back then, a chance instead. A hoarse-deep male voice casually issues instructions from the other end. What do you mean, sir? We can write off embroidery scissors easily enough, but that girl's special. She's the last living candidate from the original batch. I'd say she's worth investing in. So we let her get close to Manzano. Since when do you think so simplistically? Activate embroidery scissors, and Manzano will smell the threat immediately. If she wants to send a message, she'll just have him killed. By using Manzano's hand to eliminate embroidery scissors, that girl will have a chance to show what she's capable of. The man on the phone seems quite pleased with himself, while Palangowski just silently listens to the instructions. Madame Manzano's mansion 15 minutes ago. Eleanor stands at the exit of the reception room, waiting for the distinguished guests to arrive. Today is the day Kephart promised for the visit of new investors to the Beknon plan. Boknon plan? I think they mean Bokanon. A discreet black sedan arrives right on schedule. The girl escorts the emerging passenger indoors. Welcome to Las Prados. I'm Madame Manzano's niece, Eleanor. How may I address you, sir? Eleanor never doubts her memory. 3 months ago, the visitor standing before her had appeared in the entertainment hall. He had watched the entire roulette game from a corner. Just call me Trout. Mr. Trout. Ah, you must be that celebrated author everyone's discussing. And a notorious fugitive. Without wasting time on pleasantries, the visitor begins testing the girl's attitude. Those who live in the whirlpool of public opinion are always entangled with all sorts of rumors. Rest assured, sir, what happens in Las Prados stays in Las Prados, is this city's unwritten rule. Never mind, honesty works best with open-minded people. My personal hobbies have nothing to do with business, but I'm flattered a young lady knows my work. A small gift to commemorate our meeting, Eleanor. He emphasizes the words, token of our meeting. The man takes out a slender case and lifts the lid, revealing an elegant black and gold fountain pen resting quietly on velvet. You flatter me, sir. She notices the visitor's gaze lingering on the diamond decoration of her pen, and perceptibly examines the small protrusion herself, making sounds of admiration. Familiar footsteps draw closer, and a woman appears at the doorway of the reception room. By the time she sees Trout on the sofa, her professional smile is perfectly rehearsed. There were too many trivial matters at the casino that needed my attention, so I simply couldn't welcome you at the airport personally. This is my niece, Eleanor. Please forgive us for having a child receive you. Not at all. Such poise clearly reflects excellent upbringing. Look at these two. They rock the gold. The man rises and bows, skillfully exchanging the pleasantries. Eleanor nods respectively to her aunt, briefly bids farewell to the visitor, then leaves the reception room. Entering the hallway, she makes sure no one is around before taking out the pen. Gold filigree patterns converge at one end of the barrel, while a small diamond decoration emits an almost imperceptible green glow. Eleanor knows exactly what this is. She's more surprised that such primitive listening devices still exist in this day and age. Why Trout would present such a welcome gift remains completely unknown, but she knows she must seize every opportunity. More information means the advantage of the first move. She unscrews the diamond and places it against her ear canal, then gently pushes the pen clip. So, we let her get close to Manzano. Without the slightest interference, a clear female voice immediately responds. Based on the audio quality, Eleanor guesses that the device on the other end must be attached near the target's hand. Since when do you think so simplistically? Activate embroidery scissors and Manzano will smell the threat immediately. If she wants to send a message, she'll just have him killed. Once we're rid of that sanctimonious scum, things will be much easier. Imagine the scandal. A high society fatherless girl becoming the Achilles heel of a city's most powerful magnate. With Manzano backed into a corner, the girl finds her golden opportunity. A raspy male voice drips with smugness, killing two birds with one stone. Huh. Pollard was a magnum opus of embroidery scissors, and you were his former apprentice. And now you're using others to eliminate your own master. I suppose that's the coming-of-age ritual in your line of work. Eleanor hears the woman's slight intake of breath. She seems to be brewing something inside, but after a moment she still responds with the same cold voice. I will ensure your instructions are properly conveyed. The conversation comes to an abrupt end. December 23rd. Christmas season has arrived again, but Eleanor knows her aunt is in no mood to celebrate. As she approaches the suite doorway, she hears the rather agitated argument. Lately, these haywire moments during calls with Kephart have become increasingly frequent. Eleanor lingers at the door, wisely not knocking. She knows her aunt doesn't mind the eavesdropping. Manzano always enjoyed being underestimated. The Pollard spies have been crawling through our streets every other day. You can't seriously expect me to believe they're just your hired help checking up on things. I know the old man wasn't interested from the very beginning. This so-called Project Restart was entirely your personal initiative. However, as long as the money keeps flowing, I won't interfere with your tedious internal disputes. But I must warn you, no one causes trouble in my territory and gets away with it. She hangs up the phone decisively, seemingly having made her decision. Eleanor silently counts to 10 and gently pushes the door handle. Come in. Eleanor takes a step forward, positioning herself near the doorway. She knows Madame Monzano won't have much to say. Did you need something from me, ma'am? Christmas is coming. Time to take care of the usual shopping. Here's the list. Don't mess it up. She speaks. She paces forward and hands the girl a roll of distinctly classical parchment paper. Eleanor scans the contents and notices a term she hasn't seen in a long time, but she isn't surprised. Feather accessories. All clothing gifts, I see. Which atelier has caught your fancy this season? The Rosewater Tailor's shop. He casually drops the name with an air of nonchalance. This is exactly what Eleanor had anticipated, and she'd even prepared the necessary item in advance, an elegant leather document case. With a necessary misdirection, enough to wash her hands clean of any responsibility. Rosewater Limited, EST 2132. The eye-catching gold embossed lettering centered prominently on the case. Be it knight or pawn, each has its place in the intricate design of the chessboard. Even chess pieces that have awakened with consciousness should still move according to the player's strategy. Each move is like unwinding silk from a cocoon, until the king unwittingly exposes his position. She has a mission that must be completed. And that was the very first node. Las Pradas Cemetery 14 years ago. The gentle slopes are blanketed in verdant green. Closely arranged headstones form walls of ashen white. People in black attire stand solemnly around two coffins placed side by side. After the band finishes... Oh, wow. Because, there's a comment at the end of that. I feel like it got cut off right there, but I can't review it. It doesn't show up on the review thing. I'm just gonna pretend that's like a period mark. After the band finishes, he clears his throat and begins reciting based on his prepared script. The mournful wail of Scottish bagpipes is the only sound for miles around. Has been happening quite a bit lately. Yeah, since I think since maybe Shaper's Ripples. People have been saying it's because of the whole sync thing that they're rushing stuff. Yeah, next survey they put out definitely mentioned text formatting and whatnot to get that fixed. It's not as jarring because you could just click on review and then read it from there and stuff. But the biggest jarring thing, it's only happened in Crescent Sun in one of the nodes where the lines get repeated, but by a different character. One male character would say a line, but then the next character, a female character, would say that same exact line. So that's the one thing that's most jarring because you miss out on some bits of dialogue. Whether or not it's super important stuff doesn't really matter, but or isn't the biggest deal, I guess. But it's just you still miss out on some stuff. And it kind of hurts the immersion. Yeah, Crescent Sun was a trip to read with the text repeating. Yeah, that was out of the chapters though. Crescent Sun was the one that had that issue. I haven't seen that same issue for the longest time from any other chapter. I can't remember the last time a chapter did that. Sync being the cause doesn't make much sense to me. The text already exists, so yeah. I wouldn't think it's that too. I think it's just a little mistake. Wish the survey had an option to attach images. Yeah, that would have been nice too. Because you'd have to, because when you want to put in an example, you'd have to like remember which node or which part, which chapter it was. It definitely wasn't Crescent. It was definitely in Crescent Sun. And it was the conversation between that father and Sao Tome's mom, or her foster mother. It was during that. It was like during the school festival or something. I don't remember which node it was though. The man at the temporary podium wears an ostentatious cross necklace. After the band pauses, he clears his throat and begins reciting mechanically from a script. For the faithful, God has prepared wonders no eye has witnessed, no ear has perceived, and no mind has grasped. Fred Sinclair and Phyllis Sinclair now live in the glory of God. Today we lay to rest only the physical forms of our loved ones. Their spirits and souls, their remarkable dedication to the city, remain with us still. And in the love of friends and family, in the hope of their children, the Sinclair couple lives on eternally. Crescent Sun is an easy report because almost an entire node this happens, and a few other times during Satome's dialogue. Yeah. The priest gently closes the antique book before him as the flute music resumes. Beginning from his left side, the funeral attendees approach one by one, placing their hands upon the reddish-brown coffin to bid farewell to the departed soul. Arms dealers with the Copperfield Consortium, chairpersons of the World Government Parliament's Budget Committee, heirs to the Actolite Energy Empire. These are faces that appear so frequently in the news that even children would recognize them. More indistinct figures blend into the queue, unremarkable background players united by their Kurono group affiliation. The author hidden among them, who famously never appears on book jackets or interviews, remains perfectly anonymous. The girl stands out as utterly out of place in this adult world. Hey, it's your turn. The deep yet crude prompting yanks her thoughts back to reality. Alright. She steps forward, her gaze firmly locked on the grass beneath her feet. Unlike those before her who hastily place their palms on the coffin just to get it over with, she hesitates for a long while before finally extending the index finger. Her nails, sharp as blades, stand in jarring contrast to the girl's delicate frame. She gently traces a crescent moon on the smooth, double-arched surface, and quickly adds a small cross beneath it. The robed host at the podium witnesses everything clearly, slightly furrowing his brow in confusion. Yet the man reminding the girl tears through the solemnity with an extremely savage roar. Old Fred what the hell? Old Fred never should have raised a viper like you. He told me so himself before he died. Oh God, forgive me. I mean, before he passed away. You murderous scum. Burn in hell. And to think he named you the sole beneficiary in his will. That's just like him, soft-hearted to his dying breath. The dignitaries, having finished paying their respects and gradually returning to their temporary seats, instantly have their attention captured by this sudden incident. Sir, I don't understand what you mean. Are you saying you were close friends with my parents when they were alive? She feigns shock, but doesn't seem to retaliate. Her polite detachment turns his rage to sand against stone. The man's face twitches. She knows that look. Shock, disgust, and a jumble of fear. We all know family ties run deep, but you, my parents' friends, shared decades with them. I've had only years. This gentleman is probably overcome with grief. Her surprise melts into a smile. She's steering the conversation now. The onlookers finally decide to intervene, hands clamping the man's shoulders. People comfort him, interpreting his unrelenting anger as an inconsolable grief. I shall leave you all with some space for quiet reflection. With an apologetic gift for her early departure and a reserved smile still in place, she leaves behind the impression of an impeccably well-bred young lady, truly admirable. Eleanor walks toward the limousine parked at the cemetery entrance where a tall, imposing figure already stands waiting. Well then, I am your legal guardian, starting today. Hello, Aunt. Her posture is as lowly as a stone monument base buried in soil. From this moment on, she deliberately crafts the illusion of hierarchy between them. But why not? A clean slate has its advantages. Massive accounts, nuclear-proof vaults, and discreet intermediaries who know how to deal with adult matters. The girl manages countless tomorrows where she'll carve her crescents and crosses over and over. December 24th. 30 minutes before Christmas Day. The cloying sweetness of eggnog clashes with greasy turkey remnants, turning what should be an elegant affair into something decidedly less so. The girl clears the aftermath of the drinking games, restoring the parlor to its pristine state. Manzano, who normally delights in personally hosting private Christmas parties, was completely absent from tonight's social gathering. As the clock's hands strike midnight vertically, the door knock arrives in perfect synchrony. I'm coming. She pulls open the wide wooden door, welcoming the woman inside. Just as Eleanor had anticipated, her aunt didn't return alone. Behind Manzano stands a slender figure. There's been a fire at the Rosewater tailor shop. The situation isn't good. This is the shop owner's adopted daughter. Maid, sister, call her what you will. She'll be living with us now. After this curt explanation to Eleanor, her gaze shifts to the newcomer, delivering a cold command. Introduce yourselves. Many years later. Under the crimson... just double checking here. I think I'll just rely on the review here, because it's usually during these parts that the text formatting is like cut off and stuff. I'll just read from the review page here. Under the crimson glow of emergency lights, Eleanor would still recall that mechanical, lifeless voice. Like a battery-powered doll. Like code that could be rewritten at will. Okay, I think it should be fine. Like a precise mechanical clock perpetually following its programmed instructions. A perfect birthday gift. Okay, that was fine. Reunion. Discord. Huh? My name is Discord. That was a name I didn't expect. Oh, obviously we're gonna keep on reading further. That's not the Discord I'm thinking of, right? The one we know? The construct? Part of Scarabs? Alright, hang on. I'll be right back. Okay, I'm back. Ready? Welcome back. Are you typing on like mobile or some shit? That's the only reason I can think of the typos. I feel like people would have are more susceptible to having typos via mobile than they do on like an actual keyboard. Phone, yeah. Yeah. Alright. This one's got the stage achievements. Sometimes corrector trolls. With my phone, I turn off corrector. The only time it would correct me on stuff is like adding an apostrophe or a capital at the beginning of a sentence. Alright, so for this first stage with the achievements, the Royal Flush achievement. Kill 5 guards. And it says backstab 5 guards, doesn't matter which ones, and then finish the mission. Yippee. And we get to play as Lilith. I did play a little bit of Lilith a few days, I think yesterday. Like character trial and stuff. He's fun. Days like these aren't too bad for her. Soft beds, refined food, and even doing needlework as usual at Madame Manzano's behest. But the only flaw is, this isn't much different from life inside Rosewater's shop. She constantly disguises herself as a servant, disguises herself as a tailor. In front of the madam and the girl, she pretends to be a decorative dog shorter than the bar counter, threatening no one. Good morning, Eleanor. She walks into Eleanor's bedroom and, with practiced ease, spreads a snow-white napkin on the table before neatly arranging the utensils. Every motion executed with her free left hand, precise and economical, like a master tailor's shears through silk. Aren't you eating? Eleanor nods her chin toward the cutlery set for one. This is not within Madame Manzano's instructions. She sets down the tray in her right hand, where honey pancakes, scrambled eggs, and crispy bacon rest quietly in the center of a perfectly round, gold-rimmed plate that sounds delicious. As per your preference, I haven't prepared any coffee. Oh man, that's fine. I'll take an orange juice. Only someone who has lived with her would recognize such habits for what they truly are. What if I ordered you to eat it? She stands by the coffee table, nervously running her tongue over the fine hairs on her upper lip, but ultimately doesn't answer. I understand now. It seems not only me, but you too must obediently follow Auntie's orders. The maid freezes, as if the thorny comment had pinned her against the wall. The spacious room leaves no room for evasion. Lady Eleanor, it's not like that. Lady? How would you like to be addressed? First, get rid of that disgusting apron. The cruel questioner deflects with an irrelevant answer, while the subordinate reflexively carries out the command like a trained response. As the disguise comes off, a figure clad in a fitted tactical uniform stands in front of Eleanor. Well, it really is that Discord. Would the young miss like to dine now? So now I'm your mission target. What comes next? Serving me poisoned wine? Eleanor, you know I had no choice. After a moment of silence, she raises her weapon to respond. My mission for Corona was supposed to be monitoring Madame Manzano's movements, but that's meaningless now. If she is in exile, Corona, then her situation and mine aren't really that different. So you're going to join her on a revenge mission? The girl poses her question with a carefree smile, as if she were merely listening to a story. I have no grudge against Kurono. Is that so? You expect me to believe that the owner of a shop known throughout the city died in a hearth fire during Christmas? She precisely targets the vulnerable spot of the person before her. This life is good. It really is good. If I tell the truth, Eleanor gets dragged into this mess. Catching her misstep, she hastily tacks on an apology. Sorry, I didn't mean it that way. About your parents. Please accept my condolences. Oh wow, he's going a little crazy with the laugh. The girl erupts into laughter, completely at odds with her elegant appearance, causing the maid's tense demeanor to relax slightly. I don't do maniacal laughs. What is there to apologize for? Fill an empty wine glass and you'll keep the card players hooked. A simple trick can make them willingly empty their pockets. As long as I desire it, there's no magic I can't perform. Do you think I'd rather be a wind-up doll than enjoy such pleasures? That laugh comes from her core, unveiling her true self without pretense. Eleanor's happiness is my happiness. She seems to hope that flattery will dissolve the resistance of the person before her. Changing the subject. Kurono taught you well how to hide things, yet getting you to learn even one more word from me is like pulling teeth. The light surrounding Eleanor extinguishes. I do want to ask for Eleanor's help with something. The maid's expression remains unchanged, but her tone has softened slightly. She wants to hear Eleanor share the little moments from these years to build through the words the world Eleanor has lived in. She doesn't want to let this rekindled flame go out. She still cherishes their friendship. That afternoon, I received an urgent package. Inside was a letter. She takes a gentle deep breath, as if about to make a difficult decision. Then she pulls out a piece of printed paper from her bag, folded 4 times. Further instructions following the confirmation of mission abortion or significant situational changes will be issued via physical means. Dead drops will be disguised to match the recipient's circumstances for security measures. Destroy after reading is a must. Eleanor suddenly recites the exact text of some regulation, enunciating each word deliberately. You shouldn't remember those things. That's not your life anymore. Discord freezes mid-motion while unfolding the printed paper, casting a startled glance at Eleanor. How could I possibly forget after everything I've been through? The two exchanged a wordless gaze. The maid breaks the silence first, her questioning far from over. Seeing the gold-stamped Taylor shop mark on the document case and the organizational label on the letterhead, I understood most of what was happening. After entering the shop, I didn't even bother looking for him. I just tore down the curtains and threw them into the fireplace. The listening girl lets out a satisfied chuckle in her heart. Kurono always despised me, didn't they? They knew I was the only recipient left, yet they still chose to communicate through text. After all, in that institution where children were taught nothing beyond obedience, she never had the opportunity to acquire knowledge. Her tone remained calm as always, but the light in her eyes dimmed, a detail the girl captured with keen awareness. Come now, don't be so discouraged. That was just standard procedure when the organization abandoned the intelligence station, not your fault. Eleanor's encouraging nod silently urges the other to continue. I understand that Madame Manzano's project has long been defunct, and the intelligence station is nothing but a useless burden. Taking care of the aftermath was the final mission I completed according to instructions. But do they really need to go this far? If possible, I'd like to know exactly what's written on this. I can't lose composure in front of Eleanor. How unsightly that would be. She's no longer that little shadow following me everywhere. She unfolds the paper and hands it to Eleanor. The girl scans it briefly, then begins reading aloud like she's pronouncing a judgment. Cold current inbound. Target sterilized. Embroidery scissors disposable. Send cleanup. handle attachment separately. The voice the maid once relied on most now pierces through her soul with every word. Could you explain the code to me? Though she knows the truth all too well, she still speaks to maintain her flawless image. Cold Current, Project Winter. Embroidery scissors. Rosewater attachment Discord. Kurono has decided to pour resources into Madame Manzano's opponent. Las Prados, the intelligence station, and me. We're all disposable now. The words halt with an unnatural swallowing sound. If that's the case, what's the point of tracking Manzano's moves? I don't understand. Discord, care to explain? All former arrogance shed, she closes the distance with calculated placation. Manzano was right. I should return to Kurono. I need answers. The pancakes on the plate are thoroughly soaked in syrup, with brown-yellow liquid honey flowing from the edges toward the smoked meat, merging the semi-solidified butter. Merging with. For the first time, the maid doesn't answer Eleanor's question. A wave of nausea washes over her. The maid flees through the door. Eleanor, go to 0 Point Cowboy Casino today. Yes, Aunt. Eleanor, go to the spaceport to receive the World Government delegation. Yes, Aunt. Eleanor, accounting. Yes, Aunt. Eleanor, take care of the publicity matters. Yes, Aunt. Eleanor, Eleanor, Eleanor. Yes, yes, yes. Auntie. Why does this heiress to 100 billion fortune live a life that looks no different from yours? There was a time when Eleanor's joy was hers, but had Eleanor ever known what joy was? When did things start to become like this? Time loses meaning. She moves through the motions, serving the servant of her aunt, eating the one who schooled her in cradle songs played with binding toys. Cradle? Las Prados 2 years later. A city of arts and technology. Nothing but a respectable facade. The woman scrolls through recent reports on her terminal, her lips curling with contempt as she speaks. The attached image in the intelligence report shows a city gleaming with silver light, elegant in its simplicity, starkly different from the ostentatious and somewhat tacky entertainment metropolis. But the accompanying text tears away this beautiful facade. Stelia's City Foundation ceremony opens 4 major economies, investments in the city secretly diverted by Kurono to North Asian Experimental Facility. Just as the intelligence I gathered from my contact with Trout indicated, Caphart's operation is completely independent. Kurono has already diverted all resources to the follow-up project on death row inmate experimentation. Oh my god! Look at you, girl! Yes, Discord disclosed the contents of those letters quite some time ago. She really glowed up within those 2 years. The figure standing respectfully to one side offers her affirmation with a differential tone. Has become pure brainwashing. Can't see that word anymore and I immediately have flashbacks about her. I just say it because it's funny. Because anytime I see the word cradle, I'm like, cradle? If anything, it's just PGR brain rot. Where I see one little word of anything and I just think of PGR. Which means, by eliminating Rosewater, we've actually done Kurono a favor by cleaning up their loose ends. In that case, Discord could be useful to us as well. Turning her to our side won't be difficult. The woman smirks coldly, relishing her firm grip on the current situation. She feels that razor-sharp instinct never left her, whether examining lab results or social chessboards. Riddle? The project concerns the future of humanity, and the enemies of that future must be completely eradicated. What could Mr. Trout's motives for providing us with funding through Kephart? What could be? The girl's probing question hides behind feigned naivety. Do I need to remind you again? As long as the clients are still paying, keep your mouth shut and don't ruin things. Prying too deeply is quite the bad habit of the gaming tables, the woman remarks, brushing off the subject with casual indifference. You know our next target quite well. The North Asian Research Institute of Life Science and Evolution. Remember to pack several warm coats. I wouldn't want my dear niece catching frostbite. As you wish, madam. A graceful young woman curtsies as she speaks.
Godwin の暗殺、そしてウィンター計画に関する資料の収集ですわ。
All sneaky beaky like. Play with the code. I know, actually. Yeah. I was about to say it's really cool that they would incorporate the codings as part of the story, but not in this case. I really thought it kind of has a wind up whenever you stop moving. It takes a while just to crouch. Just gonna wait for a right time to go after these guys, because the stage achievement is to kill 5 guards. Backstab them. Apparently. Shank. Can I get this one? Yep. Which direction do they turn around? The silence is so awkward. Oh, what the hell? I got both. I assassinated the one that was facing the wall.
周辺の巡回小隊を片付けました。予想通りの抵抗です。
訓練の成果が出てるわね。ゴドウィンは施設の奥にいるはずよ。油断しないで。
There we go, that's the achievement, and now we just finish it normally. You don't see me at all. I'm right in front of you. Oh. John Cena. All sneaky beaky like. I'm just gonna wait for him to come back down the stairs, then go back up. No way I was gonna reach him going up right now. Oh, there's another one. They don't see the dealer lady. The gambling lady. It's so awkward when there's no sound. Man, it says target point there, but I'm assuming I still have to keep going forward. Okay, never mind. I do have to go over there. We'll have to... It's weird I stepped over it and didn't trigger anything. That's wacky. I've had that happen to me before in a different video game. I don't remember which one, but it's like you step over on like the target, the waymark, but it doesn't count. So you have to go back and do it again until it counts. Speed walk. That's War. Oh, that's what it was. It was Warframe. Like when I used to play that shit. And I stopped playing Warframe like last year. It's another one of those games that was like on and off for me. I've wanted to progress with the story, but like I had to get like a necromech or whatever thing was called, but I didn't want to deal with all the grinding and stuff, and I didn't want to buy one, so I was like, yeah, fuck it. Yeah, they lock a lot of content behind story, especially like recent story stuff, which is understandable. But my reasoning for not getting a necromech is like I always thought it was just really pointless to have. Giving a necromech for free during the duration of the quest, I assume is the new. Really? Was that recently, or was that like a way like a long ago? Because every time I try and do a new quest, it always says to like obtain a necromech. And from what I from what I read, is like apparently like you only spend like maybe 2 or 3 minutes using a necromech in that quest. So I sat there like, what's the point then? But yeah, I never bothered getting a necromech because I thought it was just really pointless to have. Oh, really? Then I might return to playing it for a bit. Though I do play it a lot on the PS4. I used to play on PC, but then my computer had like back on my laptop. But my laptop then had its hard drive like corrupted. So I was without like a computer for a while. For like a year, I think. My friend then sold me his PC, but it was like during that time without a computer that I had the PS4, and that's when I was playing Warframe. But back then they didn't have like cross save or anything or anything like that. So I had to legit like start over from the beginning. But I've played so much of it on the PS4 that it's way more ahead of than my PC count.
思考期間、生理的な意識一色なんて狂った老いぼれなんでしょう。
The subject ID Ivory 092, blood type B plus, weight, antibody, and inoculated. Existing limb enhancement, carbonized ceramic skeleton implantation. Occipital capillary blood tubule. ID frame. Fort Winter prototype Mark IV. Experiment status. Thinking organs to be transferred.
これが噂のウィンター計画。面白いわ。
Understandable. It sucks that the mechs have little to no use outside of the niche strats. Conjunction survival lets you use them for a full 2 minutes, but that's about it. Yeah, again, that's why I don't bother with the Necromech. Brief report on Project Winter interim. I can't read the rest of that. Under the public pressure of morality and ethics, the World Government Parliament drafted and approved the law on the protection of human right to life and biomedical subjects and restricted the human body modification experiments on death row prisoners. Project Winter started after the termination of the human body modification project of death row prisoners with the aim to ensure the human body can stand long-time space travel in various environments of planets. The result of early analysis shows that the test subject must have more adaptable DNA structures and repair enzymes. Due to the severe damage brain transplantation might cause, test subjects might pass strict screening of physical and mental intensity. Note, documents related to the Mind Project have been classified. For documents about human consciousness upload and transfer, please refer to the terms of Project Catilla. Ooh. The initial screening criteria were created based on the gene markers S&P related to health level and incidence rates of diseases, and around 40 billion records are required to correctly filter out the genes that meet the criteria. However, Corona has accelerated the process by secretly collecting a large amount of genetic data of citizens through the world government's standardized vaccination program. The North Asian Research Institute of Life Science and Evolution has been researching chemicals and limb implants that can enhance test subjects' endurances to greatly push up the success rate of brain transplantation experiments. Currently, the base models are at Gen 4 with greatly enhanced frame reaction speed. Director's notes. The brain is still a human organ. A machine controlled by a damn piece of meat is just like a drone driven by a human. The consciousness transfer is the only solution. So I see more that they're used for 10 minutes during the New War. Recent content they've
今
been
日はあなたの命日ではありません。あの方も大きな期待を寄せていますしね。
adding gave us more free use of mechs on regular missions. 1999 Deep Archimedia as well. They're limited in these specific content or high level stuff like enemies around 300, 500 level. I'm rambling. No problem. Warning. Unidentified aircraft entering detection zone. Anti-air system offline. Warning. Unidentified aircraft entering detection zone. Anti-air system offline. A harsh synthetic voice blares from the terminal's broadcast system, and Eleanor's smile grows more assured. It seems new guests have arrived. Godwin, however, displays a rather complicated expression, as if believing his fortress is about to fall under the reinforcing strikes. Your people as well? He sweeps back stray hairs, tossing the assassin a disdainful look. The girl changes subjects noncommittally. Do you still believe Project Winter is the next step in human evolution? How many more times do I have to say it? I believe in this fact without a shadow of a doubt. For the sake of your devotion, I can give you a temporary chance. Besides, your usefulness hasn't been fully realized yet. Light, airy applause echoes from the corridor outside the room. You're right. With unhurried, measured steps, a dark figure joins the standoff. We meet again, Eleanor. Your abilities and vision have certainly improved a lot compared to before. The assassin didn't seem the least surprised by this variable, instead responding gracefully to the praise. You flatter me, sir, but our business here remains unfinished. It's all right. You've proven your capability. Following the thread of her words, he turns his gaze toward the man standing nearby. Evolution is not a word to be thrown around lightly. I expect those who stand to benefit from it to be fully prepared for what it entails. You're the person who provided the initial funding for Project Winter. When an investor shows up in person, it's naturally because they have urgent matters to discuss. However, I seem to have forgotten that Eleanor still has a mission to attend to. Please? Trout sweeps his right arm in a gesture of invitation toward Eleanor. My aunt's orders are one thing, but the gaming tables always favor the highest bidder. Having supported Project Volcanon so generously, you deserve precedence, sir. How formal. Godwin's safety seems temporarily secured, though he remains baffled by the charade unfolding before him. I can guarantee that the next iteration will enhance the frame's protective capabilities. True zero wetware this time. Without the support of those experimental results from back then, progress is simply impossible at this stage. We need to start somewhere. Achieving our expected goals out of thin air is impossible. Godwin seems to be trying to regain his footing, beginning to defend his achievements. She has lost her way in her obsession with perfecting the colony ship's ecosystem. You don't want to fall down another rabbit hole you can't climb out of, do you? Our ancestors left their caves protected by animal hides, only to realize that vicious predators posed a greater threat than the climate. Natural selection has never been one-dimensional. You mean militarization? His voice deepens as the anger in his green eyes transforms into something even more twisted. What I mean is, it's better to be prepared. Let's consider a scenario. What if Fort Winter faces not just an infiltration assassination, but a large-scale armed conflict? Even if your prototype construct achieves immortality, how will it respond without sufficient combat capabilities? No researcher wants to become Archimedes beneath the spear point. I assume you feel the same. But that's impossible. Most of the old armies have already disbanded, and the world government is even considering transitioning to mercenary forces. War? War with whom? Antarians? The man still refuses to step out of his ivory tower of thought, unwittingly revealing a dry, scholarly humor. Military organizations may change their form, but threats come in more than one face. Sparks from malfunctioning equipment become the only sound in the weighted, long silence. Now, no need for gloom. The gentleman said your experiments won't end here. Pity I can't let you martyr yourself for science. Plus, I still need to report back to my aunt, which is such a headache. Hiding someone who's faked their death in a fortress like this shouldn't be too difficult, right? Run whatever schemes you like, just keep them clear out of my lab. I'll arrange an experimental accident report, then activate the top-secret bunker facility directly beneath the mountain to continue advancing the plan. It's not so top-secret when you mention it to them. Since you still believe in Project Winter, let me offer some advice. Abandon that mad woman Manzano while you still can. He resigns himself to this arranged fate, yet still feels reluctant about it. Just a control experiment, nothing more. After speaking, he lightly brushes metal fragments from his cape, then turns around. One moment. The girl extends her sharp fingertip, tracing an arc across Godwin's forehead. Before the green eyes could even register the movement, Eleanor had already obtained what she needed. You... How could I consider my mission complete if I returned empty-handed? I should at least give my aunt something to show. He boastfully pinches a thin strand of human hair between her fingertips, displaying it like a trophy. So, I've also been making untraceable copies of your database contents from the terminals along my way. Sharing scientific achievements contributes to progress as you've described, doesn't it? I need to catch my flight back to Las Prados, so I'll have to trouble you to clean up here, Mr. Godwin. Trout stands at the edge of the landing pad. The wind and snow blur his silhouette, nearly blending him into the white expanse behind. Eleanor climbs the final step, ascending to the same platform. Thank you, mister, for your valuable assistance over these past few years. Information truly is the best token for acquiring power. Her practiced humility surfaces as she accepts this victory. Just a few small gifts, the most basic courtesy. Those with sufficient natural talent can sniff out the correct direction without guidance. I saw this in you very early on. In fact, I should thank you for the valuable inspiration you provided. He cast a meaningful glance her way. So, Project Volcanon and Project Winter, they weren't actually control experiments. Of course not. They're merely two steps on the stairway to evolution. For a human, you've done fairly well. The road ahead remains long, and the civilization naturally has many conquests to desire. For instance, the ignition experiment for the zero-point engine has already been scheduled. Trout suddenly turns his gaze back toward the mountains, sharing a piece of fresh news with a contemplative air. Identifying the strong is your talent, and you have the resolve to match it. However, you don't have much time left to choose your chips. Manzano is the provider of prerequisites. She is the very rule you need to exploit. Only outsiders who don't belong to the card game can become true variables. Don't make me regret betting on you, Eleanor. Have fun in your playground. See you next time. Mr. Trout. She calls out to Trout as he prepares to enter the rear cabin door. Overwhelming prosperity illuminates every corner beyond the snowy mountains, as humanity in the Golden Age seems poised to step into a bright tomorrow within reach. She doesn't believe the nerve-numbing sweetness. She needs to smell danger. She yearns to place her well-being, even her life, upon the scale of the game's judgment. Even in the bitter cold of the far north, her nerves tingle with an agitation she hasn't felt in ages. The exhilaration of entering the game. I know you intended the funeral back then. Continue speaking. Anson Sturken, Paul Holderman, Vonnegut, sir. These are all pen names you've used in your works. Like countless fragments of a broken mirror, people can only glimpse reflections of the psychiatrist, writer, and even serial killer, but they can never piece together your true face. Getting carried away doesn't seem like your style. The man issues a warning without betraying any emotion in his voice. Vonnegut. What I mean is, I admire this kind of disguise, and you saw through mine the moment I drew that symbol. That being the case, complete honesty would certainly benefit our future cooperation. The incomplete circle and cross. In astrology, they represent the apogee of the lunar orbit. The moon, as a satellite, doesn't rotate on its own, yet at that moment it can devour the sun, reducing it to a barely surviving crescent. Card players often prefer to choose a nickname for themselves, like a lucky charm when spoken by others. Naturally, I don't believe in something like luck, but one should still follow established customs. The Dark Moon, also known as Lilith. I like this name. Let it be. Origin story. Speaking of Warframe, when you can take a look at the soundtrack, ever since the new world, their OSTs have been growing in quality, lamenting the days the entire 1999 track Master's Return. Whispers in the Walls is absolute peak. I don't know. Warframe is one of those games that I treat like as a complete like nothing game, where like kind of like with Star Rail, I mute literally everything in game. so I could just listen to like other shit while I play. As rude as this may sound, I basically treat it as if it's something that's not worth my attention. At least when it comes to the music and like other shit and voice acting and whatnot. Yeah, I don't know. Warframe is like, it used to be a favorite game of mine back then. Hell, back like a long time ago, I even like tried to participate in that like Tenno's song concert thing, or not concert, contest, like years ago. I still have that song on my other channel. That's how much I liked the game back then. But nowadays it's kind of like, yeah. I kind of started showing a bit of dislike when they started to lock a lot of the content behind like story. Specifically the more recent story chapters. I didn't really want to deal with that, especially when those story chapters still require things of you to do. For example, the whole necromech thing. That's kind of about it. And normally I don't play video games for the challenge for difficulty, but I will recognize that difficulty or challenge can make it a bit more fun and interesting, and Warframe just doesn't have that. Because a lot of the Warframes you can just build kind of similarly, where they're just like almost immortal. And their form of challenge is literally bullet sponges that can deal a lot of damage. And that to me is like, eh. Take a sip of water. Been about 2 hours and we're only on node 6. Yeah, this might end up becoming a two-part stream. I'll try to get up to like node 10, node 11 today. Marshmallow layer cake. Pollard Agency. After all this investigation, you still have no clue what Monzano's really up to? Once we get to the review meeting, the old man won't cut you any slack. Anything else you want to bring up? She knits her brow, then tosses the last Prados mission briefing aside once she's done reading. Although Godwin is now confined to the deeper sectors of Fort Winter, cutting off all external interference was precisely why he volunteered for this plan. Judging by the results, there's no setback to the project's progress. Regarding Las Prados, after Monzano helped clear out the base station, their surveillance continues without a hitch. So, in short, your summary is everything's fine. Are you filing a report or spinning a story here? And where are the results I asked for? That writer, Trout, pulled in the seed money for Project Winter. The moment Godwin got his hands on the funds, he dusted off our old blueprint and used it to create those wetware constructs. Corona is more than happy to team up with anyone who shares the vision. But make no mistake, we won't stand for any mischief on our watch. The agency has long suspected that Monzano's funding from Kephart also originated from Trout, but he's already been imprisoned for allegedly inciting suicide. Background checks by other operation teams have confirmed Kurut's whereabouts. If that's the case, what exactly are Kephart and Monzano doing in Las Prados? We've had an agent undercover with Monzano 24/7, yet your repeatedly delayed report only mentions surveillance proceeding smoothly. A lightless chamber stands silent. charged with the crackling force of a woman's rage. As per Mr. Corona's own instructions, placing that girl undercover was meant to be a long game to catch bigger fish. Expecting immediate results isn't realistic. The nameless intelligence officer mechanically delivers this bold rebuttal with bureaucratic detachment. What exactly are you trying to prove? You claim you follow the boss's orders, so why can't you figure out whether Kephardt's turned traitor? I apologize. We've thoroughly investigated his activity records, but there's nothing suspicious to be found. Kalinowski skims through the briefing, then zeroes in on the final page. Travel via transatlantic United flight PA908 to Fjord City's hydrogen car planned for the ribbon cutting. Stay at the local leisure hotel for at least 30 hours. Spend at least 30 hours at a local resort hotel. United flight to into the Kowloon United Commonwealth for a holiday at the mountain resort. Target fails to appear for the scheduled session of the Business Science Transportation Committee. Surveillance confirms the individual remains in their private residence asleep until 16 and subsequently takes a takeout order. Or places. One entry after another in the travel log sketches out Kephardt's devil-may-care persona, and it also proves that any surveillance is a lost cause. Whatever. As long as he manages to get re-elected in his district, Parliament can gain one more spineless lackey who will vote exactly how Corona wants. He really slid that in. Devil may care. It's not necessarily a bad thing. Just keep him under daily watch, and make sure you slip past the World Government Security Intelligence Bureau's radar. Understood. Also, Las Prados is in better shape than we anticipated. Seeing his superior's displeasure subside, he takes the opportunity to push his advantage. Previously, we detected extensive construction work at the New Nelis Air Force Base near Las Prados, leading us to believe Manzano was collaborating with the transatlantic military on a rearmament initiative. The mercenary forces proposal recently resurfaces as a major debate in the World Government Parliament, which drives our earlier assumptions. However, all current transport capacity reports and satellite reconnaissance confirm that any suspicious operations in the city and at the airbase have effectively ended. Las Prados spaceport has now returned to its standard civilian operations. We've determined that Monzano doesn't pose a serious threat. Alright, that's enough. I get the gist of it. The woman rubs her brow with her fingertips, weariness etched on her face. Then, as if noticing the agent's jittery nerves, she softens her voice and speaks calmly. Where are you planning to watch the midnight ignition ceremony tonight? Huh? Oh, tomorrow's the start of my vacation, so I'm heading home to watch a live stream with my family. When you do this kind of work, you get used to setting your humanity aside. So a conversation this personal really takes them by surprise. Sounds good. Take a shower, pop open a cold beer, and make sure you spend some quality time with your family. Got it. So he cuts himself just in time, cuts himself off just in time, suddenly aware he's in no position to make small talk. Polar Agency, ever vigilant. Agent snaps to attention with a brisk salute, reciting the organization's creed. Dismissed. After the subordinate departs, the interrogation room and prison revert to their usual state, so silent and dark that it feels even more oppressive than a tomb. Time and again, the metal walls become coated in vomit and human blood. Gross, only to be blasted clean with high-pressure hoses. Nice, erasing every trace of sin. But this breakneck surge of progress never pauses for the silent tragedies lurking in the shadows of our civilization. The Golden Age, huh? It's an age that is golden. Her mind pierces the thick layers of reinforced plating overhead, hundreds of meters deep, then drifts over the sprawling red rock peaks capped with snow. It soars beyond the 10,000-kilometer orbital threshold, drawn toward the massive vessel newly stationed at the orbital port after its transfer from the moon. After tonight, Eden 2 becomes the bearer of all humanity's hopes, forging a path into uncharted territory. It embarks on a bold new beginning, leaving behind every conflict that has held humanity back until now. But it has nothing to do with us, does it? She scoffs at herself, and even in solitude, her expression stays as cold as stone. In the dark, she pulls out a metal flask and downs the final fiery drop. Here's to the old world. Las Prados Spaceport, day of zero-point reactor ceremony, I think it said. Guided by the control tower, the last heavy military aerospace transport of the day touches down firmly on the runway. A dark-skinned woman stands atop the watchtower, surveying the cargo loaders as they haul supplies from the colossal hull, charred to a deep brown by the intense heat of low orbit. We've got the anti-radiation coating and the synthetic paint for marking the ship's name. The shipment wraps up the project's last batch of construction materials. Ground crew cross-references the datapad checklist, offering a concise logistics update. Very well, go assist with the materials transfer. Let's finish work early today. I know everyone wants to witness the historic ceremony. She calmly gazes beyond the runway toward the vast sea of sand, where twilight bathes the wasteland surrounding the city in magnificent golden hues. Working, no problem. If the launch goes smoothly, I suppose Project Eden will be a complete success. So, are we really going to set sail again? For those participating in the project, the details of Project Bokonon have been an open secret for quite some time. Certainly, on the appointed day, there will be a spot reserved for you on the ship. You, the engineers, the citizens, every single guest in this city. None of you will be left behind. The sun is on the verge of dipping behind the distant mountains when Manzano voices her unshakable vow. Like Noah who witnessed the apocalypse in his dreams, she now seems possessed by a prophet's vision. She cannot betray any hesitation. You should get some rest soon, too, man. He gives the lady at the edge of the observation deck a complicated look, and turns and walks toward the elevator entrance. How could I possibly rest? The guests at the casino are still waiting for me. In the last traces of twilight, the lady murmurs to herself. No matter how much she despises these do-nothing elites who occupy positions they don't deserve, securing their loyalty is a necessary step in laying the foundation for the new world. Lucky 38, Casino Hall. The hall bustles with excited chatter, and the clinking of glasses amid soft music and dancing lends the perfect dash of delight to this grand affair. On a towering display, the live feed from Zero Point Reactor 1 seizes everyone's attention right now. As soon as Manzano walks in, the crowd bursts into cheers. I'd like to propose a toast to Madame Adriana Manzano, the illustrious tycoon of Las Prados and a brilliant scientific mind. An influential figure from the World Government Parliament strides forward, brimming with arrogance, and launches a new proposal, making their authority unmistakably clear. Cheers! Cheers! The chaotic clinking of countless glass vessels, accompanied by cheers, reaches Manzano's ears. Madame Manzano! Madame Manzano! Madame Manzano! Now, the true stars of Las Prados have always been you, our guests from all corners of the world. Empty platitudes are what she's best at. Enjoy your night, my dear guests. The hostess raises her hand, signaling for everyone to set down their glasses. Soon she disappears into the depths of the crowd. Only the guests who happen to brush shoulders with her pause to offer eager greetings. The majority simply keep drowning themselves in liquor and small talk, letting the buzz dull their nerves as they wait for the final countdown to ignite. Of course, Manzano senses those genuine, deeply felt emotions as well. Interstellar immigrants. Please, they're just the same bottom feeders who once trundled their wagons out west, begging for crumbs. Right? Throw around talk of new frontiers, and that's all it takes to trick those so-called scientific elites. Who knows how many years they'll drift before they finally reach that godforsaken place. What nonsense. I mean, does a place like that even have birds? But again, who knows if they'll even make it out of this alive? The two share a playful tease and then break into laughter at the exact same moment. Keep them coming. Cheers. Cheers. To Earth and its dwindling resources. To champagne that flows endlessly like a sweet spring. To our unshakable seats in Parliament. To every fool willing to abandon their comfortable lives for a colonial ship. To humanity free from suffering. To the Golden Age. Madame Manzano offers a faint smile. It's all right. The ship's prepared for you. We'll ultimately sail toward another bottomless sea. With that thought, she steps into the elevator at the far edge of the hall. Mansion living room, meanwhile. Oh, look at her without the mask. My mission remains to investigate Madame Manzano's project in Las Prados and report to Corono in real time. Her mechanical voice remains unchanged, but she finally divulges more information. My aunt clearly expects great things from you. She wouldn't go to such lengths otherwise. Her eyes linger on the mechanical prosthetic of the person standing before her. Manzano's asking me to go back to Corono and act as her undercover contact. She also says that those who work for her must possess combat abilities that match the intensity of their mission. What about this outfit? Did you choose this? Did you choose it yourself? This is my way of constantly reminding myself of who I am. Doesn't it hurt? You do whatever she tells you to, just to earn her trust. She made Eleanor undergo cybernetic surgery too, didn't she? At least, I can become stronger too. Even her facial muscles, long since adapted to permanent stillness, cannot hide the sincerity in her words. So you understand that Aunt always says one thing but does another. She supposedly severed ties with Corona over their human experiments, yet when it gives her an advantage, she'll still use the very technology she publicly condemns. The pain of these surgeries is nothing compared to the fate we would have otherwise faced, isn't it? She reveals a scar that had long since healed. So what? No matter the outcome, we've walked completely different paths. Those twisted freaks at the Pollard Agency mold you into an emotionless hound, while I am locked away in this gilded prison, left to decay. Like a viper flicking its tongue, Lilith lowers her gaze, as though she's admiring her impeccably manicured nails. You always say this life is ideal, but is it really? When everything gleams with gold, it's easy to lose sight of what's real. Only those few precious cubic centimeters in our skull remain free from gold, a private space that has always been ours. In the end, you turned into nothing more than a lapdog at your aunt's beck and call. She anchors her carefully crafted emotions in a mournful conclusion. I'm sorry, Eleanor. So, what I'm trying to say is, we can still walk together. It's not too late. The redness in Lilith's eyes gradually fades as she casts a curious glance. Go where? You think you understand me again? My aunt is tyrannical every day, so I should abandon my playground. After submitting my investigation report, I'll be deployed to Eden 2 as part of Corona's intelligence advance team. After a moment's hesitation, she reveals a shocking truth. The ship's name is mentioned every minute in every corner of Earth, yet few can describe such a supreme honor with such calmness, becoming a passenger on humanity's first interstellar colony ship. Eleanor, come with me. You have no true loyalty to Manzano, nor do you need to serve Corona. Just pose as a defector and I can secure you a ticket on the ship. Even while describing this near-insane plan, the maid maintains a voice without a trace of emotional fluctuation. Yet, Lilith understood the plea hidden within those words. Plastic restraints, experiments without anesthesia. Killing people they've only known for 5 minutes in the quickest, most brutal ways. None of these things will happen on the ship. Corona's true nature won't change just because they've relocated. You're being naive. Of course I understand that. She raises her voice. But there, we can start a new life. And we can see new stars. The stars we can never see from the ground. If you're willing, Eleanor, perhaps you could even teach me how to read and write. We could leave all those memories behind on this planet, never looking back. Rosewater, I don't even care who killed him anymore. Let the past truly remain in the past. That final, unexpected confession confirms to Lilith the determination of the woman standing before her. How wretched, like a stray soaked to the bone in a raging storm with nowhere at all to hide. I'll consider it. In that fleeting moment, she really does falter, casting aside any need for control, simply walking away. The clock strikes 20. The sound of fireworks from the central district echoes through the window. Ah, the ceremony is about to begin. Want to watch the stream? Only if the ignition succeeds will those things you promised even have a chance of coming true. Discord offers a slight smile. She can't even recall the last time she's worn an expression like this. Alright, I'll go get some snacks. Meanwhile, Lilith taps the control to bring up the holographic display. What a marvelous day, and the moment we embark on our journey. This stands as humanity's greatest milestone so far, heralding the dawn of a new era. Even if we don't officially change our calendar, future historians will do it for us. This moment marks humanity's transformation, our farewell to adolescence, our coming-of-age ceremony, the sign that we've cast off childish ways and stepped into maturity. Right now, people all across the globe are crowding around the screens, holograms, or public boards, eagerly awaiting this monumental ceremony, an event on par with Gestalt's very first launch. In half an hour, the 0-point reactor 1 behind me is set for its first ignition test. Should the results meet expectations, Eden 2 will be on track to install its 0-point engine by year's end. At the appointed hour, this crowning achievement of the Golden Age will embark on its journey toward humanity's new frontier. Lilith lowers her voice, letting her once excited tone become a gentle accompaniment to the exploding fireworks outside. Humanity, rivaling gods. What an earth-shattering idea. From now on, there is no suffering, only conquest. Conquer the stars, conquer the cosmos, conquer every last inch of the void. I'm sorry, we're out of desserts. I quickly made some toasted marshmallow cookies instead. I hope you don't mind, Eleanor. That sounds delicious. The maid returns to the living room carrying a plate of steaming cookies. Lilith stares intently at the holographic screen. Humanity has overcome so many seemingly insurmountable trials. Confidence and pride are both our reward and our curse. And she doesn't believe in such a thing as smooth sailing good fortune in this world. 10 seconds until ignition of 0-point reactor 1. Would you like to try one, Eleanor? Lilith doesn't respond. 5 seconds until ignition of 0-point reactor 1. Eleanor? Lilith doesn't respond. Discord interprets her focus as reverence, no longer disrupting the girl's spiritual pilgrimage. She quietly brings a cookie to her own lips instead. The caramelized sweetness of melting marshmallow mingles with the crunch of whole wheat cookies as her teeth break through the surface. So sweet. 0-point reactor 1 ignited. 0-point reactor 1 ignited. 0-point reactor 1 ignited. And then tragedy. The broadcaster's face warps into an unsettling shape, distorted by the hologram's contour lines. Garbled voices and mechanical static fill the living room. And then everything stops. The blue glow of the holographic screen vanishes in an instant. Outside the window, the celebratory music cuts off completely. In the living room, only the moonlight, fluid as water, remains, drowning the earlier warmth in a suffocating hush. Have we lost the signal? Ha 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 ha! She's laughing crazy! This is the ultimate release, reserved for those once fated to pay the price of progress. The girl tilts her head back and unleashes a chilling, feral laugh that leaves Discord deeply unsettled. The crazed laughter drags out so long that it disturbs the still moonlight. Lol. Lamau even. Lameo. I sometimes say LMAO that way. Lameo. Just for me. Lamau. Apocalypse Day. Yeah, this is definitely going to be a two-parter read. I take a drink of water. All right. Apocalypse Day, Node 7. History doesn't follow a neat spiraling climb. Its fragile continuity, lies well beyond the grasp of Nani? Ordinary reason. Lamau. Sounds like from Yakuza Like a Dragon. Laoma. The Golden Age. Oh wait, no. The Golden Age glimmers like a dangerously addictive sedative, and in the narrow alleys of Los Prados, that dosage runs perilously high. Put simply, the people here live far too close to the sun, and far too distant from any hope of confession. Once that spiraling skybound staircase is severed, those who rose without effort will tumble like Icarus beneath the blazing light. Once the accident is announced, the disheartened crowd disperses in no time. Everyone realizes the ignition test has failed, but it doesn't alter Los Prados' carefully laid plans. In a few short years that follow, ill omens arrive in relentless succession. It all starts when the slot machine spews out a flood of coins, sending the lucky winners scurrying away under the envious stares of everyone else. What follows is a mishap involving a service robot, eventually resolved when Madame Manzano's people step in with both medical aid and compensation. Chasing massive returns on a shoestring is a gamble all its own. Yet rumors do nothing to deter these would-be pilgrims, armed with credit chips and burning ambition, from losing themselves in this gilded realm, tumbling headlong into a nightmare. Golden card door handles, golden crystal chandeliers, a golden trim around the card table, even the servo arm gleams with the same burnished luster. By the time the sensor flares with that ominous red glow, it's already too late to turn back. The half-woven spare bamboo basket tumbles to the ground. The masterminds of Project Volcanon can do nothing but pin their hopes on the colony ship sailing through synchronous orbit. Madame Manzano's private car glides through the vacant streets, where the citizens' abandoned belongings lie scattered. The storefront facade still stands tall, and yet the bustle of yesterday has vanished without a trace. While everyone else stranded rushes toward the aerospace port in northern Los Prados, this bulletproof sedan takes a different route altogether. Sedan. The car rounds a corner beside a nondescript low-rise building, then slips out of sight through the entrance to an underground garage. Sad Anne. Compared to my last visit, it's like night and day. This place has done a complete 180. The blonde man has clearly been waiting. The moment the lady's elegantly poised foot emerges from the car, he delivers a biting, sarcastic quip. From the moment they pulled their funding, the business here no longer answers to Corono. Besides, Corono's already feeling the heat, isn't it, Kephart? There's no need to act so childish. She doesn't dial back the sharpness in her tone, not one bit. Now, there's no need to be so cutting, ma'am. Or madam, I've come here today because, in truth, I need a favor from you. So, you want one final look at the spinning chamber. Very well, I'll make it quick. She produces her snake-patterned revolver and leisurely turns its gleaming gold cylinder between her fingers. I assumed you'd be far more curious about what's been going on in the world ever since the outbreak. If that useless intel is all you've got, then there's no point in dragging this out. It's hardly intel. Society's already unraveling. Tragedies like this are right above our heads, and no one even stops to look up anymore. The military's Longinus Arsenal strike goes off without a hitch, but they never see it coming. The punishing virus is a catastrophe far beyond their control. The Gestalt core code is compromised. The virus seizes its chance to infiltrate, and it sends a disastrous command through the Starship network. Ram Eden 2 colony ship. I remember that from Aeon Reforged. Tell me how the crisis was resolved. She refuses to play along with anyone's needless theatrics. I won't lie, the old man nearly had a heart attack. If our evacuation site really had gone up in flames, we'd have been left with no other options. He shoots a loaded glance at Madame Manzano. You chose that path yourselves. There's no going back now. Go on. Naturally, we owe thanks to those Starship officers who did what had to be done. A self-destruct? Talk about a scene straight out of a hero flick. So let me guess. Your request is for me to evacuate everyone and pick up their bodies while I'm at it? Show some respect for the fallen, will you? In any case, the great Acadia transfer has suffered a crippling blow. The Parliament will be casting their votes on the mass evacuation bill at any moment now. In our field, we always keep something up our sleeve. A sly rabbit keeps 3 dens. Isn't that what they say about politicians? Madame Manzano answers only with a dismissive snort. He's only a lowly counselor. Sure, he can sway a vote or two, but he won't make any real waves. The fighting has barely begun, but the military is on the verge of wresting control from the world government. The old man couldn't be more displeased with our pace. If you want to place the old man's people in those key wartime posts, you'll have to resort to some shady tactics. If you plan on making that evacuation flight, I suggest you cut to the chase. She grows impatient. After all, he's strutting around on her turf. Trillard, the goat, is running himself ragged evacuating VIPs and supplies, but he still brags he can rescue as many people as he wants. Does he think he's Moses, parting the Red Sea or something? Red Tide. The Army's air fleet is basically gone, and he's got almost no transport planes left that can still fly. You might say he's done for, but that sure doesn't stop him from running his mouth. But someone who's on the verge of drowning will accept any deal, if it means getting a plank to stay afloat. If you're the one handling Trillard that plank, and you're the one handing Trillard that plank, Manzano. As the influential owner of this resort town, and a former key figure in Project Bokonon, I doubt you're short on transport options, are you? 3 full squadrons of transport planes, crews included. That's what I want. The old man will pull the remaining strings elsewhere. Meanwhile, we owe our thanks to the brave soldiers who laid down their lives. Because of them, those of us who never stepped onto the battlefield still have most of our firepower. Besides, if I pull off this job for the old man, it'll clear every doubt they've ever thrown my way. Okay, lay out your demands. You know me, I've been around for a while, and I always pay up front. Countless times Manzano envisions driving a silver bullet into that forsaken den, then standing atop Corona's rotting corpse to declare Project Bokonon's ultimate triumph. And now her foe willingly walks right into her crosshairs. I can send out 4 squads. It doesn't matter anyway. These evacuees are nothing but useless rabble, and their survival depends entirely on their own luck. Oh, how generous. I'm guessing the fine print isn't so forgiving, is it? That girl. Why? The girl goes. She's one of yours? Take her with you. Her voice is cold and measured, as though this city has never known betrayal or conspiracy. Huh, that's easy enough. Kephart, you sure talk the most smack around the card table, but when the cards are flipped and the stakes are due, you're always the first to pay up. I've got to say I respect that. So let's call an end to Las Prados' shining legacy right here. Regarding Project Winter, I wish you the best of luck. If destiny wills it, we'll meet again in the new world. Manzano swings open the door and slides into the roomy back seat. She practically spits out New World, biting down on each syllable. You didn't kill Rosewater, did you? Though goodbyes have already been said, the visitor still breaks the moment with one last question. What are you trying to say? She lowers the window, her eyes glinting with cold malice. It's nothing. Those who play with vipers tend to end up on the wrong side of their fangs, don't they? Damn. His only response is the screech of tires as the sedan speeds off, vanishing at the top of the ramp. The blonde man remains in the empty underground garage, same thing. Exhaling smoke rings into the thick, stagnant air. Los Prados Entertainment, meanwhile. Emergency lights cast an unsettling glow over the once opulent hall, twisting its proud sculptures and the ravenous roulette tables with ominous shades of brown. Great garage. Yet the two figures at the corner tables seem oblivious to the hall's imminent collapse around them. The clueless visitors, once oblivious to their own foolishness, howling or cheering at the top of their lungs, have all disappeared, and those mechanical dealers with their syrupy, sweet but soulless synthesized voices, they've gone silent. Even so, they savor this fragile sense of calm. Manzano's likely already dealt with the troublemakers, just as you wanted. Thank you, sir, for your kindness. This is the last thing I ask of you. Her slender fingertips slide across the dealer's spot, lifting a playing card with effortless grace. Stand. Did you manage to collect all your points, sir? The next card in the deck is a 10. I am placing an insurance bet. As you wish, sir. She smoothly steps into the role of Game Master, sliding the cards toward the man across the table. So, you've made your choice as well. My aunt flings the city gates wide open. If I don't move forward now, doesn't all the work spent crafting this wooden horse go to waste? Speaking of the wooden horse, is the gentleman's plan truly what it seems? Whether humanity makes it through this bitter winter is another crucial factor. As for me, I place my faith in probability rather than the plan itself. Lilith, I imagine you share that view. Chrono's project may be overambitious, but they're the first to dare break free from their restraints and explore. Those forbidden experiments have yielded a wealth of invaluable data for me. Or winter. Yes, but it doesn't end there. Naturally, Manzano's initiative fell victim to Chrono's early forays. Still, it gave you the perfect ground for weeding out the unfit, didn't it? No need to talk about those failures. As for what comes next, rest easy, sir. A barely perceptible flash of anger crosses the operator's eyes. I trust your skill at the table, but you should know better than anyone. There are only two types of people in a card game. Those who control the flow, and those poor fish ripe for the taking, easily replaced once they're bled dry. Sending her away cuts off your past ties for good. After that, everything hinges on your own actions. Thank you for the warning, sir. I'll remember it well. She finishes her sentence, keeping the tension at just the right pitch, then slowly flips her card to reveal its suit. Blackjack. Looks like this hand belongs to me, Mr. Trout. I'll honor the deal we made at the start. Go on. What do you want to know? Wouldn't a direct Trojan horse strike on the throne secure better odds? Or is it that, sir, you aren't quite as certain of me as I'd hoped? A faint hint of defiance flickers across the victor's brow, making it clear she's not after the obvious answer. Chrono dares to push past established limits, yet for most situations it still falls to the king to keep everything in balance. Remember, humans are pawns too. If we're orchestrating a non-zero-sum game, all we need is to edge out a little more each time. And really, steering a plague straight to the throne just to pick out the lone survivor? Don't you think that's a twisted way to go about it? The die is cast and the plane's about to take off. Even though he's only a guest, he cuts off the questioning with words that practically show Lilith the door. Hedging your bets on both sides. Yes, that's very much your style. That's the trait I admire most in you. Don't disappoint me. willing to take such risks. Sir, you really are one exceptional gambler. If things weren't so dire, I'd love nothing more than to go another round with you. Though she says otherwise, her hand drifts to the moon umbrella beside the table, as if she's about to rise and take her leave. In the grave-like hush of the hall, a sudden noise shatters the stillness, something distinctly inhuman. We're closed for the night, can't you tell? With a deft flick of her wrist, she plays her card, drawing the 10 of spades from her tabletop, her elegant fingers carving a poised arc through the air. A mangled shard of metal crashes onto the marble floor, releasing a razor-sharp clang. As it rolls to a stop, the glowing red sensor at its tip finally dims. Visual module compromised. Running diagnostics. Scanning. A piercing synthetic voice arrives half a beat too late, reverberating from the headless automaton's chest for a brief moment before cutting out. Nice moves. Seated in his armchair, the man studies the scattered wreckage with keen fascination before offering a slow, deliberate round of applause. The intruder's just the opening act. A shower of tiny debris rains down from the dome onto the card table. In the dim light, the walls of the hall begin to quake as if they sense the impending chaos. What a shame. This is the only casino on Central Avenue with a Bramante-style vaulted ceiling. The disaster doesn't care about aesthetics. It just wrecks everything beautiful. It doesn't matter though. There'll be recompense waiting for me in Babylonia. The way it's written, waiting for me, Babylonia. Word has it the nobles are twisting themselves into knots trying to make room on the transport plane for their gold and silver hoards. My carry-on luggage is much more modest. Lilith flourishes the moon umbrella like a conjurer's wand, and dips into a courteous bow toward Trout. Winter is coming. Please take care, sir, until our next spar. She strides into the shadows, vanishing at the far end of the corridor. Trout taps the tabletop, his leather glove making a soft rhythmic sound against the velvet surface. This gaming hall is far from ruined, and the match unfolding here won't be their last. In the corridor, the citizens have lost all semblance of their former dignity. It seems they'll discard even the last of their belongings just to inch closer in the boarding line. Riot officers from the last Prado's guard struggle to maintain order, and yet neither guns nor authority can quell the upper class's inherent arrogance. Damn it! Manzano promised me priority evacuation in person. He forcefully shoves aside the panicked onlookers, flashing the brilliant diamond on his knuckle right under the guard's nose. You uniformed thugs only trust cold hard cash, don't you? Yeah, I know. I get it. Damn you all. He spits curses as he yanks open his suitcase, digging through a hidden compartment for whatever he needs. Meanwhile, a woman carrying the moon umbrella slips into the waiting hall with poised, elegant steps. She catches the echo of that crude shouting and lets a disdainful smirk curl at her lips, as if mocking such shameless complaints. Feast your eyes on this. Lucky 38 Casino's gleaming platinum coin, handed out by Manzano herself. Go on, take it. Give it a big chomp to check if it's the real deal. Let's see if your teeth can handle it. He presents a palm-sized silver-gray disc into the guard's hand, the one struggling to keep the crowd at bay. This moment appears to offer everyone an outlet for their mounting anxiety, prompting them to scramble and show off anything that might secure their right to pass. I've clinched the Outstanding Citizen award 3 years running. Even those bigwigs in the World Parliament bow their heads when they see me. Special passes issued by Transatlantic United Airlines, granting indefinite clearance across all community territories. These are desperate times. Your rations must be running low, right? Here, take these emergency meal packs. Everyone please, order. Gather your belongings and line up. A sharp tap from a metal-tipped umbrella pierces the chaotic clamor. Unrecognizing the once renowned socialite, the crowd abandons the guards and converges on this newly arrived figure. There's no need to panic. Madame Manzano has already laid out the evacuation plan. We had ample time, but if you keep this up, I can't guarantee anything. For now, the Mojave Desert stands as this city's natural shield, keeping the corrupted outbreak at bay. Countless poor people across the globe are spilling blood for a single seat on a transport plane, yet here you are, sheltered by the highest level of security, behaving like you've lost every shred of dignity. Where's that virtue you all pretend to uphold? She speaks with poised restraint, letting just enough reproach seep through, never too strong, never too weak. But beneath it all, she feels nothing but disgust. Disaster is a chance for the ambitious to step into the spotlight, but these so-called elites choose to scurry like squealing vermin, surrendering to their pitiful urge to survive in the face of a threat that isn't even urgent. Ugh, got a drink of water. Besides, they once scoffed at the idea of a starship. Now they're seconds away from tearing each other apart just to get on board. Pathetic expendables like these are fit only to feed the bacteria in a petri dish. On a sinking cruise ship, there are gentlemen who lift their violins to play. Hypocrites who don't hesitate to overpower women and children, even turning violent. How do you hold on to that final shred of decorum? In the end, the choice is yours. The crowd soon descends into bickering, but she refuses to spend another ounce of effort on them. Lilith finishes her words and slips through the narrow gap that the guards have cleared, making her way to the far end of the boarding corridor. The last doors of the massive spacecraft's observation bay glide apart with barely a whisper. This model is so cutting edge, so it's no surprise Corono is turning to Los Prados for resources. Where have you been? You've taken ages. I had some personal matters to attend to. Besides, there are far too many guests at the boarding gate. As usual, Lilith inclines her head in a slight bow. No need to fret over them. The seats we've set aside on the transport plane aren't going to be snatched by the corrupted. They always act that way. Even if you put them in heaven, they'd grumble it's colder than hell. Is everyone here prepared to depart? She's hinting at something beneath the surface, but the extra implication feels unwarranted. The whole crew has been on standby, waiting for you. Care to weigh in? No offense intended. Let's get moving, shall we? Madame Manzano powers up the wall's touchscreen console and delivers her final instructions to the cockpit. A moment passes, and the metallic floor starts to quiver. The movement is so faint, it's barely noticeable. Unlike those old-fashioned shuttles that depend on solid fuel rockets for takeoff, this cold fusion craft delivers steady thrust while keeping passengers comfortably at ease. Only the thick layer of clouds sprawling across the floor-to-ceiling window reminds them they're pushing beyond the pull of gravity. The white haze thins out, giving way to a deep navy. Faint specks of starlight shimmer at the window's edges. The plane shifts its angle, and the soft, curving horizon glides across the cabin window in a slow, steady spin. A towering steel blossom hangs above the rail, its blade-like petals cutting off part of the sunlight. That is the Eden II colony ship. In those violet-gray eyes, the ship's hull shimmers with reflected silver. Beneath that solid exterior lies the pinnacle of humanity's cosmic ambition, a sealed, self-sustaining ecosystem, a robust life support and industrial network, and a propulsion system powered by zero-point energy. We were meant to sail off with the hopes of civilization to lands no one had ever seen. Now we've become the final note of the once golden age. According to the latest motion, our colony ship will be christened Babylonia. It's a name so fitting, it borders on the ironic. Long ago, an ancient ruler spared no expense, no mercy, to raise a garden in midair for Queen Semiramis. And now, humanity has fled beyond Earth's reach, and yet we would still drain our final reserves to appease a planet that no longer responds. From this point on, she becomes our last beacon on Earth's geostationary orbit. While the world government and military have their own designs on reclaiming Earth, our struggle with Corona, well, we can't afford a single misstep. Her voice is as measured as the vessel sliding smoothly toward Babylonia spaceport, sounding more like a parting directive, rather more like a parting directive than an outright order. I see. Auntie, has your deal with the counselor been finalized? She keeps her eyes on the window, seemingly spellbound by the massive starship's elegant yet imposing structure. All it cost us was a few passengers' priority to evacuate. An insignificant price to pay. It's only a matter of time before they granted access to Babylonia. After all, I never forsake an honored guest who has aided Las Prados. Lilith doesn't dwell on how strange that promise sounds. She's drawn instead to something even more suspicious. So, what you're implying, Aunt? Wait, this doesn't make sense. In the gleaming mirror-like window, Lilith notices the flicker of surprise forming on her own face. At times, she's amazed at how effortlessly she can pull off this charade. None of this makes sense. For instance, why is Aunt alone with only me by her side? What about her? Lilith already knows the answer deep down, but she still forces out her carefully shaped question, her voice trembling. Oh, I'm so sorry, Miha. She won't be joining us in Babylonia. Did I forget to mention? Discord was always an expendable pawn, and the deal's done. Written in Babylon. Yeah, this is really long. Or the nodes are really, really lengthy. And just last night too, I was doing the reading for chapter 5. Which wasn't very long, but still. Let me stretch real quick. Okay. Let's continue. It's only been about 3 hours. Rainbow Tail. Okay, this one's just a regular old stage clear. the jazzy music. Memory import successful. Frame diagnosis running compatibility 98.91. Normal. Initiating. Awakening process terminated.
言ってなかったかしら。シュエットは最初から使い捨てのチップ。そして取引はすでに終わった。
あなたにとってのチップはいろいろあるでしょうけど、私の愛する人形は違います。オールイン？それともアウト？幸運なお客様。チップ回収です。新たな命が廃墟から立ち上がる。空中庭園は避難所ではなく墓場です。
Oh, whoa.
ほら、指揮官様。欲望に溺れた彼らをご覧あれ。血を流す覚悟がなければ誰も騙せません。オールイン？それともアウト？
あの船では全員が生き延びるのは無理よ。私の植民艦だけが次の黄金時代へとたどり着けるの。
ほら、指揮官様。欲望に溺れた彼らをご覧あれ。オールイン？それともアウト？幸運なお客様。チップ回収です。ほら、指揮官様。過去に生きる悪くありません。ですが、それは化石とどう違うのです？フォン・ネガットさん、昇格ネットワークはあなたに違う権限を与えたようですね。
やはり期待通りですが、力が欲しければ力を制御できる実力を証明しなければ。
それは挑発ですか？それとも正体？どちらにせよ、これまでの努力を水の泡にするわけがないでしょ。素晴らしい対局をありがとうございます。商品としてこのパニシングのソースコードをいただきますね。ベッドはそれだけでいいのですか
Something tells me there's supposed to be music. Or there was supposed to be music playing during that. And that takes me back to Source Beacon. Or when I played through Source Beacon. For the final fight against Cradle. There was no music. And I can't tell. It kind of feels like there was supposed to be music during that, but I don't know. System rebooting. Reboot complete. Initializing simulated consciousness, establishing visual feed. Vectored augmentation frame ID 038, access confirmed. VAF38, boot sequence successful. A sequence of precise spiderweb patterns flickers across her vision, finally halting on the 5th line. Moments later, her vision snaps back into perfect clarity. Lilith instinctively stretches out her hands. The delicate lace gloves have vanished, revealing stark mechanical joints in their place. Here, have a sip. It'll do you good. The doctor hands her a clear IV bag, a thin tube already attached. Electrolyte. From here on out, we'll have to adapt to this. She takes Lilith's hesitation for confusion. I get it. I mean, do you have any alcohol flavor options? The newly formed construct rises from the operating table, testing the flexibility of her wrists. She then looks to the nearby surgeon and voices a surprisingly bold request. Question mark? She glances toward Monzano with a trace of confusion, clearly looking for approval. If her frame can take it, then let her have the drink. As you wish, madam. The doctor withdraws a slender test tube-shaped vial from the chilled cabinet beside the operating table. In essence, it works just like standard medical-grade alcohol. A pain reliever and disinfectant? Excellent. Just what I need. Gulp. She unseals it and downs the liquid in a single gulp. Then she flicks out the tip of her purple tongue, licking away every last trace from the corners of her lips. That subtle, artful disarray swiftly yields to the refined grace that comes so naturally to her. During my surgery, I must have blurted out some wild things to you, Aunt, didn't I? If you're free later, maybe we can head over to that bar by Dominic Memorial Plaza. Her apology is rudely interrupted. You survived a procedure that should have been impossible to pull off. The outcome I see is right before me. As for the unpleasant moments along the way, I'm willing to pretend they never occurred. So spare me the phony niceties. Before Lilith can speak, Monzano presses on with her words. Compared to those trivial games we played before, the challenges to come are where real danger begins. If you really believe you owe me a debt, then brace yourself, because you'll be the first to walk into hell. Alright, get up now. She motions for Lilith to step away from the operating table, issuing orders to the doctors at the same time. We need to gather the surgical data and reconstruct the mind's data model, which is slowly succumbing to corruption. We'll submit the report as soon as we can. She departs the operating room with her team following close behind. Challenges to come? Come to think of it, are you actually moving forward with construct experiments now, Aunt? There's no judgment in her tone, just a cool, factual statement. Principles are meaningless in a high-stakes power struggle. If one rule stands above all, it's that winning is everything. In the brief span of the Los Prados blockade, the military wastes no time, swiftly sending combat constructs into active battle. Punishing knocked over our old chessboard, and now the ER10, built for starbound travel with its advanced ecosystem, won't be launching anytime soon. We used to stand on our own, free from Corona and the World Government Parliament's grip. Now we may be under someone else's roof, but there's no way we'll become pawns for Hassan and his lot. As you said, Aunt, they hold a stranglehold on construct technology. How are we supposed to stand a chance? Dressing up blatant opportunism as quick thinking is something Lilith has seen over and over in Los Prados, an underhanded move she knows all too well. Yet the truly perceptive ones always end up on the top in the end, so she holds back the scornful remark on the tip of her tongue. Next generation military constructs were nothing more than a stopgap for fighting in high punishing zones. With the stability of their mind to their physical resilience, they all fall short. The intel you've gathered on Project Winter is incomplete, and Corona's technological progress, built up ever since Project Catella, has become remarkably advanced. Just because Corona may choose to conceal their power doesn't mean I will follow suit. Hold your A's close, but never hesitate to demonstrate your prowess. True strength is the bedrock of any fair competition. She knows exactly what her aunt wants to hear, effortlessly repeating the lessons etched into her memory. Good. Looks like the memory transfer hasn't wiped out your memories. Madame Monzano allows herself a satisfied smile. Once they see our next generation frames, the military has no choice but to join forces with us. Monzano guides Lilith from the surgery suite into the hallway. Beyond the porthole, the sea of stars remains eternally still. Come on, I'll show you the trump card that helped us win back Babylonia. You're an exceptional breakthrough, but trust me, you won't be the last. You weave through the ship's labyrinth of corridors, constantly passing mechanics, officials, and soldiers. Everyone appears pressed by tasks too critical to pause for even a moment. No one so much as slows down. Lilith notices someone she recognizes among the crowd. Ah, Mr. Kephart. That's the last person who struck a deal with Auntie before everyone pulled out. Hmm? The blonde man stands there in a daze for a full 10 seconds. Oh, you're Lilith. He quickly meets Madame Manzano's gaze. So, the experiment was a success. Madame Manzano stays quiet, offering him a non-committal look. The construct in the magician's hat steps in with an old-fashioned display of etiquette, diffusing the awkwardness hanging in the air. Yes, I owe it all to my aunt's dedicated care, and we couldn't have done it without the groundwork Kurono laid back then. If my aunt hadn't held onto those old Project Winter files, I doubt I'd still be standing here today. It's a genuine, radiant smile. Even her slender lashes quiver softly with the delight in her voice. These grim times, uplifting news like this is exactly what we need. A man's commanding voice echoes off the metal corridor walls and portholes, and for a split second, he feels like he's delivering a campaign speech. Alright, that'll do. We're in Babylonia, not some gated enclave on the east coast. Anyone still standing has been battered by this war to hell and back. I really doubt your tired slogans will land you any votes now. She obviously has a hidden meaning behind her words, and Kephart is fully aware of it. The blonde man lowers his voice. Rest assured, as soon as the moment is ripe, I'll introduce a proposal before the Parliament to reassess construct technology. Naturally, that means I'll be severing all ties with Kurono and the military in one swift move. A mischievous glint strikes across his face once again. When the time comes, I'll be counting on your support, madam. He brazenly takes Manzano's hand in his and bestows a hand kiss that's short on subtlety, yet bursting with theatrical flair. Then he makes a brisk retreat, heading opposite the path the two have taken. I know exactly what you're about to ask. Don't worry, I've already taken your reward into account. Babylonia Orbital Transport System. A towering hologram flares to life at the corridor's far end. Get in. Around 5 minutes later, the ship's transport module eases to a stop alongside a platform. In contrast to the earlier experimental facility, this spot is eerily silent, like a hospital basement morgue. The place is deserted. No crowds, no announcements. Even the constant mechanical rumble from deep inside the massive hull is barely audible. Manzano guides Lilith to the blast-proof door at the far edge of the platform. Iris scan in progress. Madame Adriana Manzano. Construct code UAF07. Welcome. Construct? She takes in a sharp, startled breath. A metal exoskeleton, an over-the-top hat, and not even a single bird feather out of place. It's hard to believe that beneath such stately finery, every shred of flesh has been replaced by synthetic fluid and mechanical parts. Otherwise, why do you think you're test subject 1 instead of 0? You should be grateful, my dearest niece. Long before you set foot on the operating table, someone else went through every danger so you wouldn't have to. Lilith seethes with anger, but she's not surprised. The imposing woman before her always believes she can bend everything to her will. That agony. Aunt went through it long before I did. I'm truly sorry for losing my composure during the procedure. It takes satisfaction in knowing her frame mind can mimic speech just as seamlessly as a human brain. I already mentioned that you'll have plenty of chances to repay me down the line. Manzano steps into the room beyond the threshold. Voice-activated white lights flare to life with a steady crackle, like tiny bolt explosions, illuminating the pitch-black corridor step by step. The incubation pods line up in perfect rows at the heart of the chamber. The constructs deployed by both the military and Kurono function in high-density zones thanks to something called Inver device. Put simply, we introduce a minuscule amount of punishing virus crystals as an antigen. By calibrating the neutralization process in a confined space around the subject, we generate a bubble in which the virus concentration remains low, even absent. You might as well call it a blocking antenna. I bet that type of frame can't stay in a high-risk zone for very long, can it? I feel the same. Thanks to Godwin's research, I had come to understand that the mind functions just like any other organ, no different from the human brain. If human organs are capable of generating antibodies, then constructs can develop them as well. What are you implying, Aunt? If toxins are unavoidable, why not filter them out? My construct doesn't need one of those bulky antenna shields. I went with a dialyzer instead. There's a built-in suppressor in my frame. It's also why you and I don't have that unsightly bump on our heads. Though the madam's arrogance is just as unrelenting as ever, ultimately, embracing the punishing is still the right course of action. Lilith barely bats an eye. If her aunt had arrived at the same conclusion as Korono, that would have truly let her down. I assume the built-in shielding allows the frame to endure longer in high-intensity viral zone, but what if the virus density surpasses the circulation rate's threshold? That's my next challenge to tackle. The mind and the brain are one and the same. Of all people, you should know the brain can be transplanted. Bodies are easy to produce. If you decide to make them, there's no limit to how many you can create. Virus filtering, memory backup. Within mere minutes, Monsanto puts forth two utterly outrageous concepts, treating them as if they were perfectly valid technical proposals. Then, does Discord know about this? She went ahead and shattered the unspoken taboo they both had silently acknowledged. Oh, I almost forgot. She's staying behind at the Corona ground installation. Given how the fighting's going, she's likely wrapped up her upgrades by now. But then again, it's still just the outdated model. Before presenting the new generation of construct tech to the Parliament, I need a control group that will really sell the idea. There's some data we can't get through official means in Babylonia, but Discord should be wrapping up that collection any moment now. The surface is dangerous. She offers no judgment, speaking in a cold, detached tone that only states the facts. I have a reward set aside for you, but don't expect it to come free. You'll have to earn it on your own. Corono's constructed data alone won't suffice. I also need concrete proof that the internal suppression system is reliable. I'm handpicking only the most capable civilians from the Babylonia for enhancement. Once modified, they'll deploy to the surface in these specialized frames, gathering real-time combat data. And you? Your last trial is to find her before the punishing virus engulfs Discord entirely. That alone will decide whether you pass. Don't get me wrong, if she were to die, it'd be a lot harder for me to acquire that valuable data, now wouldn't it? Our goals have always been in perfect sync. You know, that's actually quite rare for a family. She continues to rile Lilith, convinced she's in the right at every turn. No, that's not it. It's just that your plan covers every detail. I'm honestly taken aback, Aunt. Manzano answers the praise with a frosty laugh. She then steps forward, letting her fingertips glide over the polished surface of row upon row of incubation pods. Be it Project Bokonon or Project Winter, both are designed to help humanity conquer our final imagined test. That test has moved from the stars to the punishing virus, but the drive toward evolution will never cease. Sometimes, Lilith can't help but admire her resolve. Beyond her careful planning, everything is guesswork. Yet, through constant trial and error, she always manages to find that faint glimmer of a correct answer. But in truth, it's barely more than a fleeting touch. Wait, I'm feeling a bit dizzy. It's simply your frame adjusting. Now, which of you was asking for that alcohol-flavored electrolyte? Lilith doesn't bother acknowledging the sneer. She simply presses her fingertips to her temple. She pulls a condensed data fragment from the backup in her mind, a single trace left by an unknown signal source during that seemingly successful modification procedure. Axioms are always this straightforward. It's a fragment of punishing virus code, Vonnegut's special gift to her, delivered through the Ascension Network. Babylonia stands as mankind's last hope, but together we can make that hope dazzle all the more. Whoever claims the city atop the highest peak will be the one to reign over the new world. Aunt calls out once more, snapping her back from her brief daydream. The time for our counterstrike begins now. Yeah, it's a lot of reading. I feel like I need to take like a short break after each node. Though it's only been 3.5 hours, and I'm just about halfway. Yeah, this is about as long as Crescent Sun, if not longer. Probably longer, actually. Maybe like another hour longer. But I'm definitely not gonna go that far. I'll definitely just get to the halfway point with this chapter. So like after node 10, after node 11. Stretch. Okay. Let's continue. The newcomer. Collins! Him with his goddamn blonde hair. Young Collins. Literally nothing different but his hair color. Oh, my little girl, are you having trouble following along? I've never even heard of the Pollard Agency. And given Kurono's clout, it's no surprise that all sorts of shady types want to ride on our coattails. The man waves off the newly enhanced construct in front of him, impatience etched across his face. Mission report. Day 182 post-disaster, Las Prados' defensive perimeter collapsed. Needless Air Force Base fully overrun by the corrupted. Critical intel remains unsecured. Potential exposure threatens operational integrity. Showing no hint of emotion, the construct goes over the briefing she's given at least 5 times before. Stop! Anyway, would you mind ditching that ridiculous mask? This is part of my battlefield sensors suite. It's designed to work in sync with human immune and regulatory systems. She keeps her real reason to herself. Fully revealing her face would only expose more emotion. Exactly what she wants to avoid right now. Ugh. Anyway, your isolation review is over. Dismissed. Where to after dismissal? This is your transfer order. You're now part of the Purifying Force under direct command of Military HQ. First, report to Commander Nicola. If anything else comes up, take it to your new captain, Bianca. Cullen swipes across the screen a few times with his thick-knuckled fingers, then turns the terminal toward Discord to display the official document. Roger. The maid-like construct pivots on her heel and exits the briefing room. The gaunt man, silent until now as he leans against the wall, straightens up and fixes his gaze on Collins. Are you sure this is the right way to settle things? She's done more than fulfill her duty. Thanks to punishing that old pest Monzano is no longer our concern, and Discord's unwavering loyalty has only confirmed it once again. With a slow, deliberate motion, Collins pulls out a pouch of chewing tobacco, tears open the wrapper, and tips the gray-brown pellets into his mouth. As for Palangoski, he aggressively scrunches the wrapping paper into a wad and casually flings it into the trash can under the table, not giving it a second thought. His companion catches on right away, yet he still breathes out a soft sigh. Leave the old world's affairs to the old world. Bro, you're pretty smart. He maintains that cruel grin, as though he's wearing the unchanging mask of a Greek tragedian? I've never seen that word. Tragedian? Jeez. Tragedian. Anyway, I'll deal with that old lady's problem later. And since the outbreak, the fighting on the surface is largely under control. Our main priority is making sure our people reclaim those key positions of authority. This deal is supposed to be our once-in-a-lifetime chance. Who would have guessed Trillard would give his life for the cause in such a devastating way? If only we all had that kind of resolve. I still can't shake the feeling that something's off. With a skeptical edge to his voice, Litz cuts right through the hollow sentiment. When did you turn into such a worrywart? Everyone who's ever teamed up with him is accustomed to his confrontational style, but Litz simply goes on sharing his ideas. You're right. Protecting every seat on the parliament is absolutely vital to us. So in the midst of the great evacuation, we marshal vast transport fleets and armed units to guarantee that those world government officials and lawmakers loyal to Corono reach Babylonia safely. But after Kephart brings Discord back from the Las Prados spaceport to Corono, he simply vanishes. He picks up the terminal on the desk, brings up Discord's report, and skims through the details. There's no record of his whereabouts. His last known appearance was on the day of the outbreak. Maybe they're living under an alias. Day in and day out, they're buried under secret dealings. Bet you know exactly how that feels, huh, bro? Wouldn't it be nice if someday I could just live as a regular person, drifting along without a care? There's really nothing bad about that at all. Instead of a disposable playboy, I'm more interested in the one pulling the strings behind him. In a heartbeat, the man's gaze sharpens with fierce resolve. This is yet another red flag. Whoever is pulling the strings behind Kephart. Up to now, we've had no confirmation of Trout's location. Want to hear the truth from me? Do I really have any other option? Collins gives a sharp, icy chuckle. Someone that fascinated by this research, even before the outbreak, can't just be a curious writer. If he really is still alive, then when we finally meet again, we have to decide how to harness his power for Kurono. Litz sets the terminal down on the table. He purses his lips as though he's turning over their last exchange in his mind. Need a pack? The man's face twists into bizarre shapes as he chews, but he somehow finds time to call out to his companions. No, I don't mess with that stuff. Purifying Force Maintenance Bay. Yes, haven't seen this guy in a while. So you're the new hire, right? Purifying Force Construct, Discord. I need to report to Captain Bianca. Oh, this guy. Hello there, I'm Damon. That person you just met? You can just call him Issa. The carefree construct sidles. Sidles? Rattling off his own introduction as if it's the most natural thing in the world. I am Isarius. Captain Bianca is on a ground mission while we head off for our morning drills. Head to your quarters and get comfortable. If it piques your interest, join me in the training zone once you're settled. Roger. We're all on equal footing here. Need for formalities. Alright, I'm heading out now. Catch you later. Construct's shoulder plate bears the silent eye insignia of the Punishing Force? Purifying Force, unmistakably on display. Discord reflexively recalls a motto that echoes the symbol's meaning. Ever vigilant. Oh. Realizing she might never break free from the same logic for the rest of her life, she's surprised to feel a sense of relief. Orders, missions, schedules. That is for the best. She serves a purpose she does not understand, nor does she have to, an insatiable void that can never be filled. She powers on the terminal in the maintenance bay. Purifying Force mission data system. Targets. That's the one she's destined to take down with her own hands. Warzone directory. These are the post-operation cleanup duties she's tasked with moving forward. Babylonian Military Department active construct roster. She senses a wave of vital fluid roil in her chest. This. She doesn't wait another second. She opens the search interface. Then she enters the one name she can never forget. She nearly feels grateful to Corona. Ever since her augmentation, her mind can interface with an endless flow of knowledge and data. What used to seem like a grand quest, learning every letter, turns into a simple starter skill in the blink of an eye. But she wishes, more than anything, that it was that person who taught her everything. Eleanor Sinclair. No results found. Eleanor. No results found. She doesn't hold much hope to begin with, but this result doesn't catch her off guard. The depths of this towering warship, there isn't a single secret the purifying force can't uncover. And every inch of barren surface land, infested by hetero creatures and the corrupted, will be the stage for her countless missions ahead. No matter how far that person's gone, Discord is determined to track her down. Against their will. The same metal walls, the same low ceiling. Even with the advanced airflow circulation in Babylonia, the air remains just as heavy and clinging as before. Why don't you tell me where the members of the Pollard Agency come from, Miss Pelangoski? By Colin's standards, he's actually speaking quite gently at the moment. Still, the woman wants no part of his dagger behind this smile. You already know everything. Pollard Orphanage, you kidnapped those children. I never forced them into anything. They were all children with nowhere else to go. And frankly, back in the beginning, almost every candidate was brought in by Rosewater. And that guy? He's been dead for years, right? Let me check. The cause of death? With a deliberately over-the-top flourish, Collins pulls up a dusty old mission report on the terminal screen. Abandoning the Los Prados intelligence station, using Manzano to eliminate him, giving Discord more operational freedom. Those were all the old man's own orders. This isn't a plea, it's a statement of fact. She knows that no amount of truth would change the outcome of this hearing. Now, where were we? Child candidates? Let's continue. Children are far more manageable, and their bodies adapt so much more readily. Thanks to the agency's efforts, Kurono now commands a fully trained corps of operatives. During those grueling days when we challenged the World Government Security Intelligence Bureau, the Pollard Agency stood as our most dependable sword and shield. Oh! He lets out a low, twisted snort of a laugh. You really think sweet-talking your way through this will knock a few years off your sentence? Don't forget, the Pollard Orphanage wasn't founded just to train agents. If your story holds up, then why did the Pollard Agency switch to recruiting adults later on? Gestalt, the zero-point engine, budget proposals. When the organization handed all that priceless intel over to the old man, no one bothered to ask where we got our agents. Don't get me wrong, the old man has no intention of overlooking your contribution. But you know how it goes. After all, Babylonia inherited the world government's authority, so we still have to abide by the rules. Ever vigilant. Keep Kurono's interests above all else. What else do you want to hear? The former intelligence director suddenly grows weary of the status quo. She has interrogated countless individuals, and deep down she's always known betrayal would one day come knocking at her door. But she's never been the kind of person who just stands there and takes a beating. What have you sacrificed? Anyone who only scrapes by to save their own skin has no right to judge me. She snaps back with a fierce retort. What have I sacrificed? My peace, my kindness, are those the trite answers you're looking for? Make no mistake, you're not pushing Kurono's agenda, you're putting it all on the line for the future of mankind. Rules, bylaws, and so-called humanitarian acts rushed through just to keep people quiet. If we actually stuck to them, we wouldn't even be able to form our first construct line of defense when the punishing virus strikes. We're all damned by our own deeds, and we've thrown away every ounce of our dignity for the sake of someone else's tomorrow. Don't question where I stand. Muscles in his cheeks pull tight, carving deep lines, raw fury that stands in stark contrast to his former polished facade. And please, don't make this difficult for me. File an official interrogation report with the Parliament, and we'll leave all this behind us. As soon as we confirm that we're no longer breaking anyone's voluntary rights, both the Construct Research Initiative and Project Winter can resume full steam ahead. Collins rarely ever loses his composure, but for Kurono to establish a foothold in Babylonia, and for his bold vision to truly take root, he's willing to set aside his own pride. Evolution doesn't wait for anyone, and neither does the ever-escalating punishing calamity. When we selected those children all those years ago, we cared about more than just their natural talent. We placed great importance on the mind. Bim, 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 bim. I haven't heard Infinite Gallery in a while. This little town starts off as just an Air Force Base accessory until a wealthy mogul named Fred Sinclair invests generously and transforms it into an oasis of milk and honey deep in the desert. Casinos, luxury resorts, bayou parks brimming with synthetic life, and round-the-clock festivities. Los Prados is a city built to revel in unbridled pleasure. Whenever the streamlined Silver Express glides across the desert, there's always at least one traveler who isn't napping or savoring their meal. With a single glance outside, that fortunate onlooker spots a shimmering skyline at the horizon of endless sand and cacti. So sudden yet so captivating. Under the glaring sun or the silvery moon, the Lucky 38 Casino Spiral Tower rises beside the crimson peaks on the horizon, its radiance stirring hearts with every glimmer. In that very moment, the first traveler to witness this breathtaking view often goes rigid with awe, unable to tear their gaze away. Then, as soon as they recover, they call out to everyone on board the special train. "It's Los Prados! We've made it!" And none of this has anything to do with the outcasts living on the streets. There's no sign saying I can't park here. The man shoots an annoyed look at his hydrogen-powered car parked by the curb. The nearby meter blinks a bold "pay." Unfortunately, his beloved ride has already been impounded. Let me check. During rush hour, parking on Central Avenue is off limits. Everywhere else follows the standard rate with the fee breakdown charged by the hour. He leans forward, squinting at the microscopic, almost insect-sized text beneath the fare display, quietly reading it under his breath. Fine. It's bad enough the arcade bleeds me dry, and now this crummy road has to pick my pockets too. You want my money? Sure, take it. The man wears a long-suffering expression and runs the card he's carrying across the console. Nothing happens on the display, and the red lock light under the tire stubbornly stays lit. Huh? Got to be kidding me. This dump still makes you pay with tokens? He slams his foot against the fare meter's thin post, pouring all his anger into a rebellion against these merciless rules. Wow, what a dinosaur. The dealers are AI these days. Why make such a fuss over tiny details? If I still had a single copper or gold coin to my name, do you really think I'd be in such a hurry? He grumbles non-stop, circling the vehicle as if he might magically unlock it just by walking around. Sir? Excuse me, sir. He has no idea there's a little figure in a cloak standing right behind him. The blue-haired girl whose dirty cheeks make him think of the grimy smears you'd see on old machinery when it fails. Look, I'm sorry. I've already had the worst day. We'll find someone else to bother. As if he's still fuming, he throws one last furious glare at the sprawling entertainment complex in the distance. See over there? Those folks are rolling in cash, more than they could ever spend. If you can find your way in, don't be shy. Just ask them for whatever you need. No, that's not it. I can help you. Huh? Without another word, the wandering girl walks directly to the fare meter. From under her cloak, she produces a simple necklace, a thin cord threaded with a small piece of metal. Whoa, hold on. What do you think you're doing? She pays no mind to the driver's frantic shouts. Instead, she lifts the thin cord and gingerly slips the metal piece into the fare meter's coin slot. Ugh. His expression shifts as realization dawns on him, and he steps back to watch the spectacle unfold before his eyes. The girl gauges her force with pinpoint accuracy. It work? Yes. The indicator flickers green for a split second, instantly erasing the source of the driver's mounting frustration on the dashboard. The girl takes the slender cord and carefully wraps it around the metal shard, as if cradling an infant in soft blankets. Little girl. He runs a hand along his chin, eyeing the security lock that was cracked in no time. With a soft, he offers a mock-impressed remark. But really, what's the point? I'm guessing you don't have any fancy gadget to receive money transfers anyway. So tell me, how should I pay you back? As he opens the car door, his voice shifts into a blatantly insincere drawl. If fate allows us to meet again someday, then perhaps we... It's alright, sir. If you ever come across another child like me, someone still holding onto their food vouchers or tokens, please remember to lend them a hand. A cloaked girl does a small twirl, slips out of the parking space, and vanishes swiftly around the corner. Oh, he's Rosewater. Beneath the umbrella across the street, a sharply dressed agent observes everything with unwavering focus. Her nerves are on edge. Vigilance is second nature, but that minor incident just moments ago has left her unaware of her surroundings. She's being followed. To make matters worse, the alley ahead is a dead end. I'd like to have a chat with you, if that's alright. It's nothing like she expected. There's not a trace of menace in his voice. He even keeps a few paces back, giving her plenty of space to breathe. For now, at least she's not in any trouble. Let's play a game. He retrieves a small metal disc, no bigger than a thumb, from his suit pocket and shows it in the center of his palm. This little coin isn't like those flashy tokens you only use at the City of Entertainment. Back when Los Prados was just a humble ranching town, long ago, people used coins like this as real money. He keeps it as brief as possible while explaining where the game item comes from. So what's it worth in credits these days? In that instant, the man allows himself the slightest of smiles. Don't worry, any seasoned collector with a keen eye knows just how valuable this antique is. Get a good look? Got a good look? The front side shows an old man's portrait, and on the back, he balances the circular token on the back of his palm, then gives it a light flick with his fingertip. It looks like a vicious bird, with some strange letters I can't decipher. She can make out the spinning coin's tiniest details from here. Her keen vision is nothing short of extraordinary. Satisfied, he moves the conversation forward. We'll play with this coin. If you win, you can keep it. She keeps her face tucked beneath the cloak, wary of being seen, yet she still gives a small nod. Rules are simple. I'll flip this coin and catch it. Before I open my hand, you tell me. Will it be the old man's face or the eagle? I understand. Let's begin. He tosses the small coin into the air with a sharp flick of his thumb and forefinger, then spreads his other hand wide, suspended in midair. The instant that the coin meets his skin, he slams his fist shut with unyielding force. The old man. The stranger extends his hand, each finger unfolding with deliberate care. In the sunlight, the weathered portrait of an old man shimmers like a gem. The girl stands motionless, lifting her head for just a moment. In her eyes, he glimpses a flicker of fear, wariness, and an unspoken plea. He inches closer, step by measured step. As promised, this is yours now. Like a wary stray drawn by the promise of food, the girl shuffles closer in tiny steps, her eyes locked on that circular object. In a flash, she slips her hand out from beneath her cloak and snatches her belonging from the man's palm. That coin you're so fond of. What does it look like? Like I could have a peek? The girl jolts backward in a sudden, startled step. That's definitely not a coin. It's something left behind on that puppy. With the prize she just won growing warm in her hand, a sudden pang of sadness washes over her. Oh, I almost forgot. I haven't even asked your name yet. I'm Rosewater, the tailor. It's as though a single word hit a raw nerve. The girl's lips start quivering. Discord. My name is Discord. With those words, she takes out a tiny bundle tied with the thin cord, revealing just a corner of her precious treasure under his gaze. Only now does he notice. It isn't a coin at all. It's a dog tag, with dried bloodstains from long ago still visible. Discord, have you come across a place called Pollard Orphanage before? He doesn't want to do this. He never puts stock in destiny. Even though these homeless children are a burden no authority wants to claim, they still receive vaccinations at the temporary shelter to protect public health. Because of this, every potential candidate's file is documented in exhaustive detail. The But luck is beyond genetic measurement, and it's one of the key factors in the lateral screening process. The instant he poses his question, he has already condemned the girl. Yet he has no choice but to follow through. Outskirts of Las Pradas, Pollard Orphanage. Psychological assessment is finished. Candidate Discord has successfully cleared the final evaluation. Take her to see the others, and don't forget the plastic restraints. Then go over the basic rules with her again. Leaving the rare paper files on the desk, the woman steps away and exits the room. Rosewater keeps his eyes fixed on the anatomical chart hanging behind the door. The vivid hand-sketched illustration is unsettling. A tangle of red, yellow, and white forming a bizarre petal-like shape. It's the human brain. May the Lord forgive us. The training uniform isn't bad at all. Compared to some ragged cloak, this thing's practically comfortable. Yet for children who wander the alleys, cleanliness almost feels offensive. The clothes they expect to be grimy but comforting are instead polished smooth, like the carved reliefs you'd find in a gaudy entertainment hall. First rule, you must remain in either your standard uniform or training fatigues at all times, unless it's after lights out. Second, follow the instructor's whistle and every command, no exceptions. Third, you must strap your wrists to the bed frame before you sleep, so the wolves won't feast on you in the dead of night. A slender, well-defined hand offers a bright orange-yellow bar, roughly the width of 2 fingers. This is your dorm. Tomorrow at 5 on the dot, the whistle sounds for wake-up. Meet in the courtyard for morning drills. Don't be late. She peers at the flat, ordinary-looking tool, curiosity flickering in her eyes as she wonders what it might be. She doesn't notice her contact slipping out of the room, nor does she sense the growing cluster of hostile stares creeping ever closer. Hey, new kid. Hey, I'm talking to you. Did you hear me? The command of the two leading the group, the gathered children surge forward, driving the girl into a corner by the door. Where are you from? She stands there a bit out of it, her thoughts still lingering on that slender piece in her hand. Maybe it's because this is the first time in days she's had a proper meal. The woman dressed in lavish attire just brings her to the deserted orphanage cafeteria for a spread of ham slices, mashed potatoes soaked in gravy, and crushed chocolate cookies. The sudden rush of sugar seems like a luxury her mind can't quite process, slowing her down considerably. Could she be mute? The ringleader ends her remark with an exaggerated mocking laugh. The children burst into laughter. It's not really out of malice, it's more like they're simply following the crowd. I can speak. After a pause, she lifts her head and offers the simplest possible reply. So you can speak after all. Guess that makes you a dope instead of a mute. When did we start letting dimwits in here? That old hag's really gone off her rocker. The suffocating brutality is a whole new extreme, especially when set against the calculated apathy the adults once displayed. Listen up, Pollard doesn't take in freeloaders. Make sure you finish that reflex training properly. Only then can we eat well, sleep well. If anyone starts slowing us down, he lunges forward, practically flattening Discord against the wall. She has no idea what reflex training is, but she understands all too well the fate that awaits her if she disobeys. I understand. The newcomer's voice is utterly devoid of emotion, sounding almost mechanical. The brazen malice feels like a punch landing on soft padding, leaving the bullies completely off balance. What are you holding in your hand? The sidekick spots something odd about the girl's other hand and roughly wraps his own fingers around it. He's so strong that Discord can't help but be taken aback. A group of unfamiliar kids, seizes the tag. Give it back. No sooner does she shout than she feels her arms locked in place by the culprit. And just like that, the metal tag lands in the ringleader's hands. So it's 2 circles, right? A stick, and... The girl locks her gaze on the pattern, looking completely baffled. It's a sight Discord knows well. Any kid who's never had a proper education and ends up begging in the streets wears that same look the moment they see writing. Free her. A piercing voice rings out from the bunk at the far end of the dorm. To Discord's surprise, the crowd parts of its own accord. Second, following the instructor's whistle and every command. No exceptions. But that was no simple whistle. A tall silhouette drifts toward the entrance, each step placed with a dancer's precise grace. Compared to those rowdy brats, they might as well be from another planet. Hello there, I'm Eleanor. Welcome to Pollard. The stranger graciously offers a hand to Discord. The ones who use the tormentor feel no trace of that same delight. They shrink away as if they've just caught a whiff of some unseen plague. What is this weird stuff? I'm giving it back. She jolts as if a bug had stung her, then flicks her wrist and hands the scrap of metal back to its owner. The crowd scatters in no time and everyone drifts back to their own bunks. It's at this moment that Discord notices those impossibly smooth fingertips peeking out from lavish ruffled floral cuffs. First rule, you must remain in either your standard uniform or training fatigues at all times, unless it's after lights out. But that dress clearly doesn't fit into either category. I am Discord. Thank you. Her palm feels as cold as an early winter spring, biting and sharp. The absence of warmth unsettles her just enough to make her uneasy. Piercing whistle echoes through the corridor. No further instructions are needed. The children move in lockstep, like precision-built machines carrying out the same routine. Jackets off, neatly folded, tucked into the wardrobe. A tap on the integrated forearm terminal of their undershirt. Bedding unfurled, they lie down. Every sound they make is perfectly synchronized, without a single moment of out of place. That time already, huh? When she snaps out of it, she realizes it's just her and Eleanor left standing in the room. She reaches for the zipper on her training suit, only to feel a cold hand gripping hers. Shh. He gestures for Discord to wait just a moment. A chorus of crisp clicks echoes through the dim dormitory. Children, nestled under their blankets, carry out their last bedtime ritual, pressing one wrist against the metal bed frame, then snapping the orange band into place with a swift flick. What appears to be a sturdy frame instantly folds in on itself, taking the shape of a handcuff. Come on, your bed's right here next to mine. Discord's gut feeling says that maiden suits the poised figure in front of her. She can't even recall which club she picked up from that word from. Eleanor guides her to the far corner of the room. To her surprise, there's a tiny vent window set into the wall. Ever think about how a restraint strap could double as a musical instrument? I don't understand. Kind of like a pipe you can blow a tune through, or a little string that hums the moment you pluck it. It's a straightforward thought, though a bit out there. Eleanor offers a gentle smile and carries on. Just like this. With her delicate, pale fingertips, she raises the small orange piece, letting it settle near the slim metal rim of the nightstand. Eleanor reaches out her other hand, laying it gently over one end of the restraint. It's all about the right amount of force. She flicks her fingertip ever so slightly, sending the slender band vibrating against the metal surface and eliciting a soft, strangely captivating chime. Her inhale is so soft, it's as though she's afraid to disturb the music. Shall I go on? This piece happens to be one of my favorites. She repeats the motion, and the clear, delicate notes permeate the hush around them, wrapping the narrow gap between the beds in a gentle melody. Third, you must strap your wrists to the bed frame before you sleep, so the wolves won't feast on you in the dead of night. Okay, I just wanted to check the review because there's a comma after dead of night. Ultimately, we've all grown past the point where a tale like this could scare us. In the darkness, Discord picks up the soft sound of rustling. Children, their instincts molded by obedience, twisting under the covers in a push and pull of yearning and rebellion. Yes. So many once bright hopes have been subdued and turned into fear. In a heartbeat, that passage comes to a close. Would you like to try? I don't understand. No worries. Take your time. Observing the anxious child fasten the restraint to the bed's headboard, the girl gently directs her hand to rest at the first notes of the performance. Milk. An unsettling noise echoes out, but thanks to the instrument's small size, it isn't quite as jarring. See? It's so easy to make it sing. Discord notices Eleanor struggling to hold back her laughter, but in the end she just lets it burst out. A life of hardship has sharpened her senses, allowing to pick up on even the faintest trace of malice. Yet to her ears, there's not a hint of ridicule in that laugh. It's the only warmth in this otherwise frigid dorm. For reasons she can't quite explain, Discord suddenly recalls the cafeteria's towering mound of hot mashed potatoes smothered in gravy. I guess it's even cozier than a belly full of mashed potatoes. But now, it feels off. It doesn't have the same ring to it. She blushes, feeling a bit self-conscious. Then how about you play backup for me next time? Alright, I'll give it a shot. The silver-haired girl before seems like a bird cloaked in a sheer veil, reaching out to her through the endless gray hush. Eleanor gently takes her hand and strums the slender, warm-hued instrument again. Honestly, no matter how I play it, the sound stays so flat. It's nowhere near pleasing to the ear. But in Discord's memory, the melody is tender and soothing, almost like a lullaby. For long, soft snores drifted through the room. Silken strands of moonlight filter in through the round vents, leaving a fractured lunar glow across the wooden planks. So this Eleanor, is she the one who later became Eleanor Sinclair, the heiress to Las Prados? Yes, after her adoptive parents passed away in an accident, she was then taken in by her adoptive father's sister, Manzana, who's been missing ever since. Banger. It seems certain that she and Manzano meet their end in Las Prados during the height of the outbreak. Who would have guessed that little blue-haired girl has such a heartbreaking past? That phony look the woman can't stand creeps back onto his face. How can this institution possibly allow a candidate who breaks the rules to do whatever they please? Collins abruptly changes the subject. It's connected to our training program. Knowledge can be taught or even erased, but only conditioned responses stay branded deep within the nerves. We don't contaminate those specially chosen minds with indoctrination. Instead, we keep each candidate's body in working order through obedience trials and mandatory fitness drills. The body is nothing but a vessel for the mind. Such cold-bloodedness. I like it. I don't recall asking for your running commentary. This protracted account casts her as the keeper of the past, if only for a fleeting moment. In that instant, the woman briefly reclaims her lost majesty. Hey, there's no need to get worked up. I'm still dying to know how this story concludes. Progress on the death row inmate experiments crawls along at a snail's pace. These so-called mad scientists think they can skip straight to uploading, merging, or even transferring memory. Pure fantasy, if you ask me. That's why the old man gave the go-ahead for us to use these candidates directly in wetware construct trials when the moment is right. Project Winter wound up taking that same misguided detour, didn't it? Humans never learn from their mistakes. Speaking of which, our people recently swung by Fort Winter for the first time in ages, pressing that stubborn old relic Godwin to shift his research toward military constructs as soon as possible. Even though you've faced countless setbacks, all your hard work is finally paying off right when humanity needs it the most. It won't be long before none of this has anything to do with me. Don't be so pessimistic. Now, where were we? Eleanor? That girl stands out as the strongest candidate by every standard. We hold dance classes to improve their physical coordination. They don't need to grasp chords or notes, they just need to follow the melody and match their movements accordingly. Before long, we realized that after just one session, Eleanor can recreate the music on her own portable device. Finch Frank's IQ scale, B7 behavioral recognition template, existence quantification cognition. In every test, Eleanor outperforms all the other candidates. Oh, I see how it is. That poor girl who's about to have her brain cut open first. She's pretty unfortunate, isn't she? If she wants to doll herself up or do something outrageous, well, better knock herself out. He pays no mind to her exaggerated eye roll, firing back with a deadpan jab. The experiment the old man is counting on never happens. Still not finished? I'm about to run out of space in my report. Oh, right. What was that tune Eleanor played for the blue-haired girl? I had no idea you could still find the time for something so idle. Very classic choice. Nothing special about it. Franz Liszt, Tannhauser Overture. Oh, man. Market Garden. I think it's 4 hours. If it's taken 4 hours just to get up at about the halfway mark here, this definitely is going to be a two-parter. I'm contemplating whether or not I go through one more node or just leave it at that for now. Contemplating. Because who knows? I think if you're already questioning, I think it's safe to leave. Yeah, like last night I was, like I said earlier, last night I was doing the reading and recording for chapter 5. And I spent the night like doing that stuff. I still haven't like fully edited it yet. Or, well, I mean, no, it's edited. I just haven't put in the voice recordings into the project file yet. And then I gotta like, adjust the volume for it and whatnot. That's why I didn't upload it yesterday. And I was actually planning to finish it earlier today before stream. But things kept on coming up. And then on top of that, I didn't have a good night's sleep last night, so I'm feeling like extra tired today. Though it is quite commendable that I was able to read for 4 hours there. Whew. But yeah. If I had the same energy I had for like Crescent Sun, then I would have done this in one night. But then again, considering how it's only the halfway mark and it's 4 hours, this probably would have been like an extra hour and a half, maybe 2 hours longer compared to Crescent Sun. It is quite long, yeah. So far, with these 10 nodes, the story isn't... I mean, it's floating record. It's kind of like... It's like a cross between filler and canon stuff. It's stuff that's happened before. It's stuff that's happened in the timeline, but it's not like super important to the main story. So, but like from nodes 1 to 10, it wasn't terrible. It wasn't terrible. It's been interesting stuff. I like that we get to see it's like Lilith's backstory and a little bit about Discord's backstory. So that's kind of nice. But again, it's floating record. So it's not like anything pertaining to the main chapters or anything. So it's like interesting. Not the most crazy read or anything. It is something. I still enjoy it, whether or not it's man. Ah, jeez. Okay. Yeah, I'll leave it off here for now, and I'll continue this tomorrow. I'll finish it up tomorrow. And hopefully Sunday, I'm sure Sunday, I'll get chapter 5 uploaded. Hell, it might be for Sunday, it might both be chapter 5 and hidden chapter 5, honestly. Since, again, all I need to do for chapter 5 is just put in the recorded voices, bit of editing, and the hidden stories are relatively short anyway, so it's not gonna take too much time. Might be a double upload on Sunday. Alrighty, I'll leave it at that for now. So far, not too bad with this chapter. Been interesting.
仕事を少し手伝おうか。その目は疑ってるの？口にはしてないけど、なんかバカにされてる感じ。
Thank you, Lamia. Alright, so that being said, I'm gonna call it a night from here. That'll be it for me for tonight. So, thank you for watching. Thank you for chilling with me. Thank you for chatting with me. I really do appreciate it. Hope you have a great rest of your day or night, wherever you are in the world. Take care, stay safe, drink plenty of water. Hope you enjoyed the stream. I'll finish this off tomorrow. Again, thank you for watching, and again, I hope you enjoyed the stream. See you tomorrow then. Thank you. Bye.